Good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There are questions about those emails from Elon Musk that went out to federal workers over the weekend, telling them that they'll need to list their accomplishments last week. And if they don't respond, it would be considered their resignation.
After those emails went out, you have many agency heads, including Trump-appointed ones, essentially defying Elon Musk's order and telling workers to hit pause on responding and to wait.
ABC's Selena Wang reporting there. Well, just this morning, Elon Musk wrote on X, quote, "Those who do not take this email seriously will soon be furthering their career elsewhere." As Ukraine prepares to mark 3 years since Russia's invasion today, the Trump administration is pushing its president for an agreement over that country's minerals.
President Trump is demanding Ukrainian President Zelensky sign a deal to pay the U.S. $500 billion, which would include the U.S. taking the rights to a vast portion of Ukraine's natural resources. Zelensky pushing back, saying Ukraine received only $100 billion in American aid, not $500 billion, and arguing the money was given by Congress as a grant, not a loan.
A Nashville baby just couldn't wait to come into the world early Sunday morning. A woman gave birth on I-65. This happened at exit 116. Channel 4's Lydia Fielder picks it up from there.
A 911 dispatcher actually guided the mother through the birth shortly before Robertson County EMS could get to her. That baby was born just after 1 a.m. Smoky Bar News says the mother and baby are both doing well and were taken to a local hospital for further care.
Well, they'll have quite a story to tell. Well, we are starting off cold this morning, but a nice day ahead. Stefano DiPietro at Channel 4.
Mostly in the 20s across the mid-state. You can call it a cold start if you'd like to, but either way, definitely want to have that jacket ready to go through this morning, but this afternoon, perhaps we can take off that top layer.
Yeah, maybe we could. We'll check out the forecast in just a moment. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Chuck Sievertson.
U.S. stock markets are still higher for the young year so far, and not far from all-time highs set last week. Virtually no one on Wall Street is forecasting a recession anytime soon. But Friday's losses were widespread. Stocks of the smallest companies, whose profits can be more closely tied to the strength of the U.S. economy than big multinational rivals, fell more than the rest of the market. Some reports due out that could affect stock prices include on Tuesday consumer confidence and the S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index. Then reports Wednesday of new home sales, and Thursday the weekly Labor Department data on first-time applications for unemployment insurance. There are reports on personal income and personal spending Friday. Various Federal Reserve regional presidents make speeches during the week. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Dow futures this morning are up 306 points. NASDAQ futures gaining 82, and the S&P futures, they're up 30. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, the major roads look pretty good so far this morning, but we do have an accident at Four Corners. It's Mount View Road at Hamilton Church Road. Careful in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? Man, what a crap storm with this email stuff, right? Elon Musk, remember this on Friday. This is a great story because you have people not only across Washington, D.C. and Virginia, but also all across America receiving this email from Elon Musk, basically asking them to justify their existence. Remember this moment. This was, I think, on Thursday night. We aired the audio on Friday.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
Yep.
Chainsaw!
That is Elon Musk, of course, and we all had fun with this, where he's got this chainsaw, and basically this was the chainsaw, and it was emblematic of Elon Musk and Doge cutting all the bureaucracy and cutting all of the waste in Washington, D.C. So over the weekend on Saturday, he sends this email. You just heard Joan talk about this to all federal employees, threatening them with termination if they did not reply to the email asking what they've done last week while on the clock. The email actually stated, consistent with President Donald Trump's instructions, all federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week. He wrote on X, failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. The SpaceX founder added, so the email stated this: what did you do last week? Please reply with approximately 5 bullet points of what you accomplished last week and CC your manager. He says, please do not send any classified information, links, or attachments. Deadline is this Monday at 11:59:50 Eastern Time. And so I, of course, woke up on Sunday. I had received several direct messages from federal employees letting me know about all of this. And so TikTok absolutely blows up with disgruntled federal employees.
It's pretty much that this is illegal. And really, I think that Musk might have overstepped. But who's going to keep him in check at this point? Musk over here is trying to please Trump while Trump.
And you heard him say Musk. I think that's because they're saying that, and Joan, you might have to help me here. Ketamine, I think that is a drug that people are accusing Elon Musk of being on. So now they're calling him Ketamusk. Yeah.
Trump's trying to please Musk, and neither of them are doing a good job at anything. So I'll upload as much as I can. I'm visiting family, have slow internet. It takes me like an hour to upload one minute, 1.5 minute video.
So the funny thing is, this guy is saying, it's taking me like an hour and a half to upload 1.5 minute video, yet he's apparently not willing to answer the email from Elon Musk.
So I'll upload those as I can, but I'll keep you informed.
So now you have, and this is really interesting, you have Trump's cabinet and agency heads having to tell their employees to ignore Elon Musk. I mean, and these are all people that we see. This is the thing that's going on. You've got people that all of us as conservatives really like, right? We like Elon Musk. We like Donald Trump. But we also like Tulsi Gabbard and Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio and Kristi Noem and Kash Patel. Well, all of those guys and females, all of those people that I just mentioned have told their employees, do not answer Elon Musk's email. Tulsi Gabbard, head of National Intelligence. Pete Hegseth, head of the Department of Defense. Rubio, Secretary of State. Kristi Noem, head of Homeland Security. Kash Patel, head of the FBI. They say Patel made the biggest splash in defying Elon Musk, making it clear that the FBI is in charge of all of our review processes and will conduct reviews in accordance with FBI procedures. When and if further information is required, we will coordinate the responses. For now, please pause any responses, he wrote. And so now, what do you do? Because I heard Joan reporting in her newscast, Joan, Elon Musk is doubling down.
Yeah. This morning he posted on X. Now, this was just a couple of minutes ago, and he posted it twice, okay? Right in a row. And it said, those who do not take this email seriously will soon be furthering their career elsewhere.
So what do you do?
Yeah, exactly.
If you're, and again, I heard from a bunch of folks who work for the federal government. And I'm not going to say what agencies, I'm not going to say anything. But they were shocked and they didn't really know what to do. Because on the one hand, you have Elon Musk threatening to fire you if you don't respond to this email. But you've got your the head of your agency saying, no, don't answer this email. And so who do you listen to? Do you listen to, if you work for the FBI, do you listen to Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, or do you listen to Elon Musk? What do you do? Or if you work for Pete Hegseth at the Department of Defense, if you work for the Secretary of State, if you work for the VA, if you work for Homeland Security. And so again, all weekend long, we heard from
these people seem to think that they can operate outside of the law.
Really angry federal employees.
Employment law, outside of just judiciary processes. So, yeah, I don't know. Join your union, organize, talk to people in real life, find people that have similar values to you.
Now, can I just say, in real life, I would say to this snarky federal employee, in real life, you have to answer emails like this. I remember when I was in management, and I was in management for like 25, 30 years, I always had to answer either it was a paper form or I'd have to fill out a form online and I'd have to put in, they would literally ask you in the email, in the report, there would be a box and you know what it would say? I kid you not. It's like Elon was taking a message from radio managers. List 5 things you've done to improve the radio station this week. I kid you not. And they told you to do it in bullet point form. And so as this snarky federal employee is talking about, real life, well, real life, most if not all of the people listening to me right now, our real life is one where we have to justify our existence. Now, I think that in talking to some folks, they don't necessarily mind justifying their existence. This is all part of the process, but it's the constant, you're about to get fired, or we're going to accept this as your resignation part. That, for a lot of people, seems to be a step too far. The Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube and take the Daily Dan poll. Was Elon Musk right to send a mass email to federal employees demanding to know what they accomplished last week, or that would be considered their resignation? So take the Daily Dan poll, and I want to know what you think, because I think that there's a big divide right now within MAGA. I think that it's coming. If not already here, where you have all of the people that we've been rooting for, right? I mean, how many of us have been rooting for Tulsi Gabbard, for Pete Hegseth, for Kristi Noem, for Kash Patel. And so now you have all these people that we've been rooting for, and they are literally telling their employees, now that they've been confirmed, they're telling their employees to ignore Elon Musk. So who do you side with? And I guess that's another way to put the poll. Who do you side with? Do you side with Elon Musk? Now realize that Donald Trump had put up a note on the socials. And one of the things that Donald Trump said, it was over the weekend, I believe, he said something to the effect of, Elon Musk is doing a great job, but we must get more aggressive. That's what Donald Trump said on the socials. And he tagged Elon in the post, and Elon basically said, will do. And so Elon is under a lot of pressure. All of these folks are under a lot of pressure, too. You know, the agency heads I just mentioned, Marco Rubio, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, and Kash Patel, and others. And so who do you side with? Take the Daily Dan poll, watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe to the channel 516. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Still have that issue this morning on at Four Corners. It's Mount View Road at Hamilton Church Road. That's the site of a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, got a low of 28 this morning, and it's going to warm up with a high today. 59 degrees is going to be the high today. And I believe I heard the folks from our fine weather affiliate telling us that we might be able, I'm going to air quote this, Joan.
Yeah.
We might be able to shed a top layer.
Right. I'm glad you didn't shank that.
That's exactly what he said, right?
Yep. He said you can shed your top layer later today. Just, you know, do it in a respectful manner.
Come on, people, get your minds out of the gutter. Moving right along.
It's Monday morning, for heaven's sakes.
One thing that Elon said, and I don't know who I'm going to tell you, like, I see all sides on this. I really do. But the people that are stuck in the middle, and I said this on Thursday, I said this on Fridays, people get mad at me when I say this. Folks, not all federal employees are bad. I'm trying to say this, and I get attacked every time I say this. Not all federal employees are bad. What I do like, though, is everyone, going back to what is real life, and that snarky federal employee, real life is being held accountable. Real life is trying to justify your existence every single day. Every day, Americans need to justify their existence at work. I hate to say it, but it's true. And one of the things that Elon said, because he was roundly attacked over the weekend, I don't know if you saw this, but one thing he said is that he needs to see who is actually working and who is checking their email. He says many don't even bother to check their email because they don't do any work. And that's what he is trying to root out. He's trying to root out the people that don't actually do any work. Here's his exact post. You ready? Some people said the reason this matters is that a significant number of people who are supposed to be working for the government are doing so little work that they're not checking their email at all. In some cases, we believe non-existent people or the identities of dead people are being used to collect paychecks. In other words, there is outright fraud. So that's what Elon says. He says we're trying to root out a number of different things. One, are there actually non-existent people that are drawing a paycheck from the federal government? Listen, with what we've seen with USAID, it wouldn't surprise me. Would it surprise you? It wouldn't surprise me. And here's the other thing, and I really thought about this. This is a great way to find people who are actually wanting to show off their performance to the boss. You know what I'm talking about? Like, how many of you, I know that this has been my life for a long time, where you are stuck under like a middle manager, and the middle manager just, kept it down and wouldn't give you the promotion, wouldn't give you the raise that you knew that you deserved, and wouldn't give you the additional opportunities and duties that you knew that you could handle to move your career forward. This is a great thing if you're stuck behind a middle manager, to make sure that the boss knows, in bullet point form, of course, what you did and what you've accomplished. So you can communicate directly with the upper manager or whatever, and this is a great way to do that. But, here's the thing, is that in your job, if you have the big boss that sends you an email, a mass email, and says that you will be fired if you don't comply with this email, or they'll consider it your resignation, what do you do? Joan, do you answer that email? What do you do? Because this is the conundrum that federal employees face this morning.
Yeah.
Is, do I answer this email? I mean, what's the more dangerous from a career standpoint? Disobeying your direct supervisor or disobeying Elon Musk? That's number one. And number two, the battle that is going to be going on right now with Donald Trump and Elon Musk and all those agency heads that I just mentioned.
I don't think I send anything. I think I have the the same attitude that some of the federal workers do. Like, if my boss says don't do it, I'm going to stick with my boss. That may end up biting in the butt later on, but I think that's what you do. I don't know.
It's tough, right?
It is tough.
It's tough. I think I side with you, but go to YouTube, like and subscribe. That's how I want you to watch the show. We're a radio show, but we also broadcast on YouTube. And so if you go to YouTube, you watch us on YouTube, you can also take the poll. Was Elon Musk right to send a mass email to federal employees demanding to know what they accomplished last week, or it would be considered their resignation? And Mason Fleming is producing this morning. Mason, what do the numbers show so far?
Right now, we're sitting at 70% agreeing with Elon right now.
70% agree with Elon. Yeah. All right, very good. Thank you very much. It is 5:22. On Nashville's Morning News, Joan Jones is in the newsroom. Joan, what's up?
Yeah, Rutherford County police are searching for a man who they say is armed and dangerous. Also, did Doge go rogue, or are those demands being made by Elon Musk legit? We will take a look in the news as well. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with Mason Fleming. Hey, Joan.
Yes.
Hey, Joan, I need to know what you did last week.
What did I do last
Yeah, give me some bullet points.
I became a grandparent for the third time last week. I think that justifies my existence.
Does that justify your existence?
My whole existence.
Very Mason, give me 5 bullet points. Why should you keep your job? And if you don't answer, well, then you're out after 9 o'clock, of course.
Nice of you to let him know in advance.
Isn't it? Isn't it nice? That's exactly how it works. You know, it's interesting. So we opened up, of course, I've always got the Super Text line up, 615-737-9986. Nice division amongst the folks listening. A lot of people saying, like, for example, 7670 says, why would you not answer? SMH. 2008 says, I'm sorry, but the department heads should have directly contacted President Trump to see if Elon doing this on his orders, which from the socials it looks like he is, before denying or pausing the orders. Well, Donald Trump posted on the socials, Elon is doing a great job, but I would like to see him get more aggressive. Remember, we have a country to save, but ultimately to make greater than ever before, MAGA. And then Elon Musk says, will do, Mr. President, and the email goes out. So I don't know.
Seems coordinated, right? Seems like Musk was coordinating with Donald Trump.
Yeah, and here's the deal. I don't necessarily have a problem with somebody having to answer. Look, if the president of this company sent out an email and said, give me 5 bullet points of what you did today or last week to make your radio station better. I mean, I would do that. I would, yes, ma'am. I would go ahead and I would have no problem doing the 5 bullet points. I think that federal employees, though, they're so used to a certain way of doing things, and you've got the unions involved, and you've got the protocol that is just seemingly set in stone, that I think that there's going to be a battle between Elon Musk and Donald Trump and all of these agency heads that have literally just been confirmed. It is 5:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 5:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 30 degrees right now and fair skies. But guess what? We'll get up near 50. It'll feel very nice today. We've got the forecast coming up still. Rutherford County Police are searching for the 19-year-old man who shot and injured a 4-year-old before 4 o'clock on Saturday morning. This happened on Tessa Grace Way in Murfreesboro, where neighbors like Chip Caston say they're shocked.
It's been really nice here. We've been here 5 years. We look after each other.
He was speaking to Channel 4 there. 19-year-old Talik Galashaw King. The alleged shooter is considered armed and dangerous. At the time of the shooting, deputies say King was out on bond for an attempted murder charge in Smyrna. The Trump administration coming under fire from thousands of federal workers after a weekend email that sparked concerns on the status of their jobs heading into the week.
The email comes after President Trump praised Musk and suggested he be more aggressive with spending cuts. But now several agencies are telling workers to hold off on hitting reply. FBI Director Kash Patel ordering his workforce to pause any responses to the email. And leaders at the State Department and elsewhere saying no employee is obligated to report their activities outside of their department chain of command.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. The National Federation of the American Federation of Government Employees, Everett Kelly, released a statement Saturday. He said Musk and the Trump administration were showing their utter disdain for federal employees. Radio host Dan Bongino won't be hosting anymore. He's been tapped by President Trump to serve as the deputy director of the FBI. The president said Bongino has a master's degree in psychology from the City University of New York and an MBA from Penn State. He's also a former Secret Service agent. Shortly after the announcement, Bongino responded on X saying, "Thank you, Mr. President, Attorney General Bondi, and Director Patel." That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like there is a crash this morning, 24 West at Harding Place. Careful in that area as well. Police are investigating a shooting. So they've got a section of Nolensville Pike closed off. It's Nolensville Pike at Woodbound Street. Careful in that area. And also Four Corners, Mount View Road at Hamilton Church Road. There is a crash at that area as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? Joan, can you feel the excitement? Mason, can you feel the excitement?
What are we excited about?
It is the word palpable? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Depends on what kind of energy we're feeling for.
Right.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm really excited for March 4th.
Oh, yeah.
With the big station event.
That's going to be huge.
The Nashville Palace. So
it's going to be huge.
I've never been there.
Chad and the afternoon guy, of course, Matt Murphy, whatever his name is, and Chris Hand. We're all going to be there. And it's very exciting. And I hope you'll show up. We're going to be there from like 3 o'clock all the way till about, 8 o'clock, whatever it is. And then, we'll just hang out and have fun. And Nashville Palace is a great place to have a station event. We've done it there before. And Joan's going to be there.
Yeah.
Listen, don't come for me. Come for Joan.
So one of the listeners suggested that what I do is I form the line that I allow people to go hug you. So, Dan, you'll want to just stick near me while we're there because...
Can I just tell you, that is exactly the opposite of how we get people to this event. Hey, if you come, you can hug Dan. Trust me when I say that's not going to work.
But Dan.
Just tumbleweeds blowing around.
I know, exactly, right? All right. It'd be like me in high school trying to find somebody to go to the prom with me. Moving right along. Have you heard this story? This is insanity. Connecticut cannibal killer has now been granted a conditional release 10 years after eating a homeless victim's eye and his brain. Now, this is why the Democrats are certifiably crazy, because they actually believe that somebody who ate their victim's eye and brain is okay to be released.
Yeah.
That is insanity. It's like they never...
It gets a little better than that, though.
Do you know what the thing is, though? Is that the Democrats, I just don't think they ever want to be considered normal again.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Now, what were you saying, Joan?
He not only ate those body parts, but he did it with chopsticks.
At least he's refined.
Yeah. I'm sure he's going to be okay.
And didn't he wash it down with some sake?
Sake.
He did. He washed it down with some sake.
Goodness.
Gets better every time we mention a portion of the story, right? So this guy, they're saying that
Tyree Smith.
He promised to take his meds, so he should be fine. And if he ever gets that cannibalism feeling again, just call the hospital.
Yeah, because you know what? Here's the funny thing. So a guy calls up and he says, you know what? I'm feeling like I want to break out the chopsticks and eat some human flesh again. Can I come see you? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Doesn't sound very smart.
Republican State Senator Paul Cirella says that Smith should not be allowed back into the community. Murder and cannibalism and release in the same sentence, that's a problem. He said in a statement to WFSB television, that is concerning to me. In 2013, Smith was committed to Connecticut Valley Hospital for 60 years after a 3-judge panel found him not guilty by reason of insanity in the 2011 killing and cannibalization of 43-year-old Angel Gonzalez. Smith admitted to killing Gonzalez, who was homeless, with an axe inside an abandoned home in Bridgeport before removing parts of his brain, one of his eyeballs, and several organs, and then consumed his body parts.
Yeah.
You know, I've talked about this many times, topic regret.
Is this one of them? Are you having regret yet?
You know what? I know that people are eating breakfast.
Yeah.
So I apologize in advance.
Not anymore.
Maybe, right. Maybe that apology should have been like before you brought the story up.
He is also a diagnosed schizophrenic.
Yeah, I think the only place he should be released is into a mental facility, just to have some sort of watch on him.
They're letting him out, and they're trusting that he's going to, eat his or take his medication, stay on his meds. Because if he doesn't take his meds, then he's going to be eating eyeballs.
Yeah.
And brain parts.
Becky said she's going to hold off on having breakfast now for a while. On the super text
you know
line.
what? I
Yeah.
apologize in advance. I apologize. Well, not in advance. I already did it.
I think in arrears. You're apologizing in arrears.
Story of my life. Hey, by the way, I need some audio. Joy Reid is been fired. So this is kind of funny. Now, everybody knows who Joy Reid is, right? So she is the wackadoo. Because I believe that, I believe that Joy Reid, she's got some problems. Now, I'm not saying that she's going to run out, kill somebody with an axe and eat their eyeballs with chopsticks and wash it down with sake. But I think that Joy Reid has her own problems because everything that she ever talks about, there can be a rainbow in the sky, and she'll somehow bring it back to racism. So she is known, I didn't know this until fairly recently, people call her the race lady on MSNBC because it's all she ever talks about. And so she has been fired now from MSNBC. She has been told that her low ratings are no longer acceptable. Now, ironically enough, Donald Trump was actually talking about MSNBC at CPAC over the weekend.
They really lost their confidence. I watched them. They're really screwed up. I watched this MSNBC, which is a threat to democracy, actually. They're stuttering. They're all screwed up. They're all mentally screwed up. They don't know what. Their ratings have gone down the tubes. But MSNBC was mean. Their ratings are absolutely down. This Rachel Maddow, what does she have? She's got nothing. Nothing. All she does is to talk about Trump, 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 Trump. All different subjects, Trump this, Trump that. Yep. These people are really, they lie. They shouldn't be allowed to lie every night. They are really a vehicle of the Democrat Party.
Well, listen, that is true, is it not? We talk about this ad nauseum, but over the weekend, we do hear that Joy Reid, the head racist at MSNBC, her show has been canceled. She's got a long list of race baiting and honestly, just plain stupid things that she has said over the years. She said this, this is, and I've made this comment before, where Joy Reid, she's not exactly the deepest thinker. She's not exactly the best when it comes to analyzing politics in America. This is what she said after Kamala Harris lost in 2024.
This really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed. She had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift, she had the Swifties, she had the Beehive. You could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true.
So I want to make sure that you heard.
This really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign.
So $1.6 billion is what Kamala Harris had, and she still lost. And she's talking about, oh my gosh, Queen Latifah and the Swifties and the Beehive, Beyonce, are, they were supporters of Kamala Harris. Clearly, and we said this for a long time. It's not like they're representative of real America. So Joy Reid, not exactly known for her astute political analysis. I'd call it a stoop, as in stupid political analysis. Everything she does, Joy Reid, goes back to racism. Like there is this diatribe about Donald Trump and his supporters heading into the election.
We've laid out the stakes in this crucial election, where one side stands for freedom while the other meets the textbook definition of fascism, namely a far-right dictatorial regime like Hitler's Germany or Franco's Spain or Mussolini's Italy.
I mean, as I said, this is a woman that could see racism in a rainbow.
That suppresses the rights of women and minorities, uses the military to execute the whims of a strongman dictator, and controls and suppresses the press, education, the arts, rewrites history to suit a favored and dominant racial class, and foments extravagant corruption in order to enrich the dictator and his friends.
Yeah, all right. So it's Joy Reid. I have no idea why she got fired. But you could go down, and I could sit here for hours and play all of the audio of Joy Reid. But, Joan, you want to go through some of her greatest hits? In March of 2021, Joy Reid claimed that conservatives would trade tax cuts for the ability to openly say the N-word. That's what Joy Reid said, claiming that they felt oppressed because they couldn't be openly racist. January of 2022, on her nightly show, Reid called for anyone not vaccinated against COVID-19 to be taxed or fined and expressed support for slashing sick pay for the unvaccinated. July 6th of 2023, Reid claimed that she was too scared to leave her house on July 4th because America is awash with guns and that Americans seem to want to shoot people with them and use them for whatever, you know? I mean, this is Joy Reid. Aren't these are just
that MSNBC allowed that to happen? Didn't yank her off the air right then?
That's what I've been saying about MSNBC for a long time.
Yeah.
How do you say such disgusting and easily refutable things, and you're allowed to stay on the air? And she made bank.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Will you Google how much Joy Reid was making? July 2024. Joy Reid said elderly Joe Biden recovering from COVID-19 was exactly the same thing as Donald Trump dodging an assassination attempt. Remember that one?
Oh, my goodness.
And then again, in July of 2024, on TikTok, Joy Reid said that she would vote for Joe Biden even if he was in a coma, and called voting against Donald Trump a vote to keep Hitler out of the White House. How much does she make?
Holy cow. She makes about $3 million a year.
$3 million a year for that. I mean, here's the deal. That is like fifth grade political discourse, Joy Reid. That is like fifth grade political discourse. I love this video. I don't know if you saw this. I reposted this. You can follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show. But I love this.
These are the people who say the undocumented, who they get to call illegal immigrants, like the Pilgrims had permission to come here, have to suffer the consequences of their actions, right? Mm-hmm. They made the choice to overstay their visas or come into our country illegally. So if they get deported, consequences. But you right-wingers shouldn't have to suffer the consequences of your votes.
Right.
You don't want to be around me because I voted for fascism. No fair. I'm coughing on you with COVID, but you want me to wear a mask for your safety?
Sure.
No fair.
Right.
My body, my choice. Well, here's an alternative thought. Make your own dinner, MAGA. Make your own sandwiches. Wipe your own tears. Troll amongst yourselves with Elon and leave us alone. And when we come back, I have a special announcement that you are not going to want to miss.
You're fired.
There you go. All that
She's
leading
special.
up to you're fired.
Yeah.
Now, look, I don't want to, because I keep saying this, and I feel like I'm relishing that somebody lost their job. And I don't like to do that, because if I lose my job, and eventually I will, I'm sure, because it happens to everybody, I don't want people, rejoicing that I lose my job, even though I'm sure that people will. But for the love of all that is holy. I mean, the things that she said, clearly she did deserve to get fired. She got away with this for way too long. Now, how long, and by the way, and I don't have time now to get into her ratings when I say they plummeted, it was like they were cut in half. So I think part of what's going on with the Democrat Party and the fall of MSNBC, the fall of Rachel Maddow, the fall of Joy Reid, a lot of this is emblematic of the fall of the Democrat Party because they're so insane. I mean, these Democrats, these are Democrats that thought that it was okay because you got these authorities in Connecticut. They thought it was okay, a bunch of Democrats, to release a cannibalistic killer that ate a dude's eyeballs with chopsticks. And no, it wouldn't have been better if he used a fork. I'm just saying.
Dan.
What?
Gosh.
You know what? I'm done. Whatever. The mom of the show is dragging me down with her whatever. With her standards, with her broadcast standards.
Yes, that's what's dragging this down.
All right.
Oh, my goodness.
Joan, what's coming up at 6?
All right. Well, tell you here, Dan, police are on the scene of a shooting and a crash in South Nashville this morning. We've got more on what's going on at that scene. Also, there's breaking money news. Apple is making a big investment in the U.S., and guess who's behind that? We've got those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Like us on Facebook if you would, and also you can watch the show on Facebook. I recommend you watch the show on YouTube because you can rewind it and see if any of this makes sense the second time around. By the way, we also have the Daily Dan poll that you can take. By the way, go to YouTube, like us, and subscribe to us if you would. But also, we were talking in the first hour about Elon Musk. What's interesting about the whole Elon Musk sending the email to all federal employees, give me 5 bullet points as to what you accomplished last week, and if you don't, we're going to consider that your termination. On Sunday, the big story was that all of these agency heads, you had Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, and a lot of other folks say, ignore it. Just ignore Elon Musk. Don't answer it. You had Kash Patel, head of the FBI, came out. They all said. And so now what you see is the agency heads that we all have been rooting for and we all like battling against Elon Musk. Here's the crazy thing, is that even after you had all of those agency heads put a pause on that and tell their direct reports, do not answer Elon Musk's email. Elon Musk came out this morning, just, I guess, probably, Joan, about an hour ago, whatever it was, came out and said, and reiterated, if you don't answer this email, then you're going to consider your future endeavors, basically.
Do you want to hear exactly what it was?
Yeah.
He said, those who do not take this email seriously will soon be furthering their career elsewhere.
So the thing is, he got a lot of pushback from all those people that I just mentioned, Pete Hegseth and Kristi Noem and so forth. And that was the big story arc on Sunday, because he sent the thing on Saturday, then Saturday night, then Sunday, and so forth. So here we are Monday morning, and Elon, knowing that there's massive pushback, he is like quadrupling down. And so this is going to be a battle. And I don't know if this is the headache that Donald Trump needs, because Trump is now stuck. If you think about this, Trump is now stuck between Elon Musk and all of those agency heads that he has worked so hard and proudly he's been able to get them confirmed. And so now Trump is kind of stuck a rock in a hard place. I don't know where he's going to go or which side he is going to side with. But, I mean, this is something that Trump is going to have to deal with. This is a Trump issue. This is not an Elon issue. This is a Donald Trump issue, because Elon has been given wide berth to basically do effectively whatever he wants, it sounds like. And so Trump is going to have to deal with this. So take the Daily Dan poll. What at YouTube? Was Elon Musk right to send a mass email to federal employees demanding to know what they accomplished last week, or it would be considered their resignation or termination, et cetera? And so was he right to do it? That's our Daily Dan poll. Mason, what's the numbers?
Right now, we're sitting at 75% for definitely he was right to do so. Got a nice little 25% for no, not at all.
All right. Thank you. It is 6 o'clock. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 30 degrees right now. You may wake up to this morning with some frost on the windshield, but it's going to get warm today. In fact, earlier I said it would be 50. It's going to be 60 degrees later this afternoon. Stick around. We've got the full forecast right after the news. Metro Nashville police are on the scene of a shooting and car crash in South Nashville this morning. Police say it appears that there was a shooting at an event center on Woodbine Street. And then the car involved drove away from the scene, crashed into a vape shop on Nolensville Pike, and Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac picks it up from there.
That car crashed into the vape shop, and we're told that there were 2 people inside of that car. There was one passenger who was taken to the hospital to be treated for that gunshot wound, and then also there was the driver of that car who has died.
Now, and also there is a third person who checked themselves into a hospital locally. Right after that, they believe that's related as well. Now, there is a heavy police presence in the area. Officers focusing their attention in the alley across from that crashed car. But again, that area this morning on Nolensville Pike at Woodbine Street, that's closed off this morning for the investigation. A one-car crash on Franklin Road, that's State Highway 96, early this morning. And a 22-year-old driver, Diego Estrada, died when his car drove off the left side of the road, hit a utility pole, and overturned several times. Police say Estrada was not wearing a seatbelt at the time of the crash. Other news, spring break travel is about to kick off with experts warning that you could be paying more for your flights this year.
The Airline Trade Group predicts a 4% increase in travelers between March 1st and April 30th. Airfares will be up by about 4% as well. Experts recommend avoiding travel around Easter and Passover to save some money. Orlando and Las Vegas are some of the top destinations.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And breaking news this morning, Apple has just unveiled a historic $500 billion investment in the U.S. manufacturing after a meeting with President Trump. Apple says its commitment will roll out over the next 5 years and involve building an advanced AI server manufacturing factory near Houston. Apple CEO Tim Cook met with President Trump at the White House on Friday. With a look at Wall Street now, here's Jim Ryan.
Stock futures overnight pointed to a higher opening as investors try to bounce back from last week's sell-off. The Dow Jones lost nearly 750 points Friday to close at 43,428. The S&P tumbled 1.7%. The Nasdaq plunged 2.2%. The week ahead includes some key snapshots on the economy. Home Depot and rival Lowe's report quarterly earnings tomorrow and Wednesday, respectively. The Consumer Price Index, the Fed's favorite inflation gauge, is released on Friday. Home buyers are beginning to find some deals again. Online real estate brokerage Redfin says the average home sale is coming in at 2% below the listing price. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Now, stock futures this morning pointing up pretty nicely, too. Dow futures are up 322. NASDAQ futures up 88 points. S&P futures are plus 31. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Volume starting to pick up now on 24 as you get near the Laverne area. That's pretty typical delay. And then you've got the closure this morning on Nolensville Pike, a big investigation happening near Woodbine. You'll want to avoid that area if you can. Justin, we've got a crash on 40 westbound just before Lebanon Watertown exit 239. A crash in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Mason needs some audio, if I could, please. Dan Mandis here, along with Mason Fleming, producing today. Joan Jones in the newsroom. And I appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. There is a lot going on. We spent some time in the first hour talking about this story regarding emails and Elon Musk sending out emails to all federal employees, basically telling them that they need to justify their existence. If you want to continue letting me know how you feel about that, please do. You can text us on the super text line, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. There is a lot going on. It was, I spent a good part of Sunday listening to Donald Trump's speech at CPAC.
And we must be doing something right because we've got the highest poll numbers that I've ever had and that any Republican president has ever had.
Yep. That is President Trump at CPAC over the weekend, and he had a lot of things to say. He clearly had a lot on his mind. Now, we all know what's happening on March 4th. March 4th, Donald Trump is going to be giving, effectively, it's a State of the Union address. We have our big station event, March 4th at the Nashville Palace. Come out, hang out, celebrate, 6 weeks into, at that point, Donald Trump's administration. A lot of great things have happened. Details at 997WTN.com. Come on and hang out with all of us. That'll be a lot of fun. But we've all covered the polling that does show that Donald Trump has been doing really well that first month in office. But concurrent with all of that, let's talk about how bad the Democrats are doing, because all in the news you hear about how bad Donald Trump is doing. You know, the media, you've got James Carville out there this morning. I'm not even going to justify what James Carville is saying with much of a response or even really covering it. Basically, Carville is in the news today saying, Donald Trump, it's over. How? How is Donald Trump's second administration, Trump 2.0, how exactly is it over, James Carville? But that's what the media and the Democrats are trying to convince the American people, that Donald Trump is in a lot of trouble. He's not. You're going to have some issues here and there. There's going to be some problems here and there. But when the media and James Carville, the leftist media and James Carville and all of these other Democrats are out there saying negative things about Donald Trump, they need to sit down and shut up, because they had nothing to say about Joe Biden. So their flimsy little biased opinion really doesn't mean anything. Because the reality is, if they're going to sit here and they're going to talk about how bad Donald Trump is doing, well, that's just a media narrative. That's just, to be perfectly honest, it's the Democrats and wishful thinking. I mean, Mark Penn is a left-leaning pollster, and he was on with Laura Ingraham on Friday, and he's got some polling that is coming out at some point today. Maybe it's already out. but it's more bad news for the Democrats.
Frankly, the Democratic Party is falling off a cliff. The ratings, which were in the high 40s, are going to be like 35%. Yep. And I think the basic question, who's doing better job as president, Biden or Trump? Trump is winning that with 57%. I think you're seeing a retrospective assessment of Biden and the direction the Democratic Party was going. It really a lot more negative than it was on Election Day. And they're looking at the contrast on immigration, on economic policy, on some of the social policies. And boy, they're reevaluating. In the Democratic Party, I have never seen anything like this. This is a record low for the Democratic Party in terms of favorability. It has fallen really way down, and I don't think there's any leadership right now that's going to be able to bring that back.
Yeah, look, that is Mark Penn, again, a left-leaning pollster. And I think he's got a great point, which is Trump has been in office for a little over a month, right? And you just compare and contrast what we're seeing with Donald Trump as opposed to Joe Biden. I mean, Joe Biden literally was a walking corpse. And so, as I said just a few moments ago, if you are James Carville, if you're Joy Reid, if you're any of these people on the left and you're out there, you know, talking about how badly Donald Trump is doing, you really have no part in this conversation. You really don't. Because you had nothing to say about Joe Biden. So you really don't have any real credibility. And that does, by the way, what Mark Penn is saying, that does jive with all of that polling from last week where Donald Trump was polling and continues to poll really well.
CBS, Trafalgar, Rasmussen have him over 50%.
Yeah.
Recent CNN poll, the most popular Trump agenda item that has been accomplished is immigration. In fact, 55% said he has gone either just the right amount or not far enough.
I mean, you've got to love Kayleigh McEnany over there on Fox News. But here's the thing, and I did mention this as well on Friday, the left will sit here and tell you that Trump isn't doing very well in the polling because he's the lowest of any president at this point in their presidency. But you see, I'm not buying any of that because this is Donald Trump. And for Donald Trump, let's be honest, he brings out the worst in everybody. But Donald Trump also brings out the best in people. That's the thing. If you are a Democrat, if you are infused with TDS, if you're a journalist, so-called journalist, and Donald Trump is there and he brings out the worst in those people. But again, not to belabor the point, but he also brings out the best in people. So I don't really buy the fact, well, the polling says, who gives a crap about the polling anymore? In other words, the traditional rules simply do not apply to Donald Trump. So I'm not at all worried about any of this.
Not only that, I'm a nerd. I spend my Fridays reading CNN crosstabs. When you dig into the crosstabs, people who feel there's an attack on democracy, that number was 56% in 21. That number was 54% in 2023. You know what it's at now? 45%. So this threat to democracy language that the left is still using, Biden was a bigger threat to democracy, a majority threat, according to a CNN poll.
That's because everybody knew that Joe Biden was behind all of this lawfare. It was obvious who was the bigger threat. You had Joe Biden and all of those tentacles at the Department of Justice, in the states as well. And so it was painfully obvious who was the bigger threat to democracy. And the American people understood that. And so as Kayleigh McEnany was very nerdily going through the crosstabs of the CNN poll, the more we got to know Joe Biden and the more that we understood that he was going after Donald Trump and it was all about, lawfare. And Joe Biden was going after his political opponent. The American people saw right through that. And that may be part of why Donald Trump won. And that also may be a big part as to why Trump is doing so well right now. And Donald Trump, one of the things that he did at CPAC, and it was a great speech, one of the things that Donald Trump did at CPAC is he really talked about being, number one, accused of being a threat to democracy, but he also further defined what the Republican Party is all about. Details straight ahead. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. .6:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather today, got a low of 28 this morning. It's going to warm up and a high of 59 degrees today. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Be sure and watch us on YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll as well. When you go to YouTube, like us and subscribe to the channel as well, and tell a friend. So you've got Donald Trump, big speech out at CPAC. It was a really good speech, and he really did define what he is trying to do as not being a threat to democracy, but Donald Trump is actually a threat to bureaucracy. That's what Donald Trump is all about.
And I think one of the main reasons, not that we're conservative or not that we're anything else, we are the party of common sense. It's about common sense, right?
Yep.
It's all about common sense.
And so the funny thing is, you've got Trump, and he is talking about and trying to redefine the Republican Party as the party of common sense. You know, we can always talk about small government. We can always talk about fiscal responsibility. We can talk about all of those things. But really, when you boil it all down, you could talk about the Constitution till you're blue in the face. There's some people that just, they don't have, for whatever reason, they don't have the mental ability or the curiosity to really think much about the Constitution. So we can all talk about how, you know, we're constitutionalists. The reality is that when you frame what the Republican Party is as the party of common sense, and you start listing all of the things that we stand for, that really is what is connecting Donald Trump to the American people. Closing borders and deporting bad guys, it's common sense. Fiscal responsibility, it's common sense. Accountability in government. Give me 5 things you did last week to make an impact. It's common sense. Law and order, common sense. Ending the never-ending war in Ukraine, common sense. Declaring war on the drug cartels, common sense. Protecting women's sports, common sense. Releasing the January 6ers, a little bit more controversial, but to a lot of folks, common sense. And uncovering the waste in USAID and the government, common sense. So it's really, I mean, to me, it's not that difficult. I never thought that I'd see the day where people on the left or the leftist media would see all of these things as anything other than common sense. But somehow they do see it as controversial.
Together we've achieved more in 4 weeks than most administrations achieve in 4 years. We made a lot of progress. I heard O'Reilly last night say Donald Trump for the first 4 weeks is the greatest president ever in the history of our country. That was O'Reilly.
Yep.
Bill O'Reilly is all right.
Well, listen, Bill O'Reilly is a guy, and I've had him on my show many times. Bill O'Reilly is a guy that isn't beholden to Donald Trump. O'Reilly is a guy who, if nothing else, I mean, he is somebody who absolutely calls it like he sees it. And O'Reilly, Wall Street Journal, a lot of other people have said Donald Trump, the polling shows that Trump is getting a lot done. And so I think that when you look at the fact that he is trying to rebrand the Republican Party, you know, those of us who are in the world of politics, you know, we can call ourselves constitutionalists. We can call ourselves, you know, we don't want, you know, big government. We favor small government and tight border security, legal immigration and all of that. But I think when you want to just put it on a bumper sticker, conservatives, we are the party of common sense. Now, coming up, did you hear the news? We have a new deputy FBI director. This is pretty big news for a number of different reasons. Details straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. It is 6:20. And Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan.
Yeah, a busy intersection shut down this morning for an overnight shooting. Also, we've got an update on the condition of Pope Francis. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. At 6:20, Dan Mandis here on Nashville's Morning News. You know, my vision had been getting worse for years and years. I've been wearing glasses since the age of 16 years old. And I knew that I needed to make a change, and deciding where to go for vision correction, it can be really complicated. It does take a lot of research. And so I started asking around, and I started looking online, and one name kept coming up. Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. Now, their reviews are incredible. They've been doing this for a long time. And many people over the years sharing life-changing stories about their procedures. Now, Dr. Horn has been selected by his peers as one of the best physicians, one of the best eye surgeons, and one of the top 250 premier cataract surgeons in America. And most recently, he was voted Nashville's best ophthalmologist. Now, after learning all of this, as you know, my friends, I decided to go to Dr. Horn to discuss my lens replacement. I knew that I had to take the leap, and I did. And I've never been happier. My one regret, after going to Dr. Horn and going through my cataract and lens replacement surgery, is that I didn't do this sooner. Now, if you're suffering from vision issues, I recommend calling Vision for Life and Dr. Horn. 615-436-2020. 615-436-2020. You can always find them online anytime, visionforlife.com. .625 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Man, in the last week, we have had massive amounts of rain and some snow as well. You need to make sure that you don't have a bunch of water in your basement or crawl space. You know, the tiniest of cracks in your basement with the snow and the rain that we've had could cause all kinds of issues in your home. I mean, we're talking about mold and wood rot and the need for structural repair. You want to stay ahead of water damage with my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. They've got over 30 years of experience in basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair as well. I've been a longtime customer of United Structural Systems. These folks are great. Now, USS inspections, they're absolutely free. They're not going to sell you any unnecessary repairs. They're simply here to help. We guarantee our best. Call United Structural Systems, USS, 615-488-7855. You can always find them online anytime, USSTN.com. Please tell them you heard about them from Nashville's Morning News and Dan Mandis, USSTN.com. .627, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on in to your Monday, February 24th. Hope you are doing well. Man, just so much news today. I woke up to some really cool news. Need some audio. Is that Dan Bongino is the new deputy director of the FBI. How cool is this? So, you know, Dan's got a lot of cred with law enforcement. He is also a big-time Trump supporter. He is a massive podcaster, and he also happens to be a very popular radio talk show host for this company. Now, I'm going to play you some audio because it's out there. And Bongino clearly is going to be teaming up with Kash Patel, and both of these guys have been big-time critics of the FBI. So this was Dan Bongino after the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago. Listen to this.
How many freaking times are we going to let the FBI interfere in an election? Like, this is supposed to be a representative democracy. I'm done with the rank and file stuff, too. I'm done with it. If you took part in this, anyone who took part in this, anyone, I don't care who you are, an analyst or an upper-level manager, the next president who comes in office, they should schedule F as many people as they can in the federal government and fire every single person involved in this. Everyone. The receptionist in the FBI office who took a call on this should be fired.
Dude, I wonder if, you know, in the email to the FBI rank and file, hey, we've got a new deputy director. His name is Dan Bongino. And just go ahead and attach the clips of Bongino talking about who needs to be fired.
That'd be pretty funny.
It would be funny. Well, you know that's ricocheting across the FBI. I mean, right down to, as he said, you heard him say, the receptionist that took the phone call needs to be fired. And he really, you know, obviously you just heard it. He went after those that stayed in the FBI after they raided Mar-a-Lago, because he does say that basically they're blowing their credibility by participating in such a corrupt thing.
I left my job. So no one's going to lecture me, oh, Dan, what would you do if you just do? There's no more we're just doing our job. You swore an oath to the Constitution. I left my job because I couldn't take what was going on. I gave up my pension and everything because something else mattered. You're not going to lecture me on anything. If you were involved in this constitutional abomination to our constitutional republic, you don't deserve your job today. And you will get no backing from me or anybody I know in the conservative movement going forward. You flushed your credibility down the toilet.
Dan Bongino, I love, because I got a lot of respect and love for Dan Bongino. I love that he's following his heart. Because let's face it, he makes a lot of money doing the podcasting and the radio talk show hosting and all of that. He's national. And so he is giving all of that up to go serve a far greater mission, working with Kash Patel and Donald Trump in remaking the FBI. Good for you, Dan Bongino. 6:30 on WTN.
Well, good morning. It's 6:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The intersection of Nolensville Pike at Woodbine Street closed off this morning. Police are investigating a shooting and a crash there. There was a shooting overnight at an event center right there at Woodbine. And police say that after that, a car crashed into a vape shop on Nolensville Pike. The driver was declared dead at the scene. The passenger taken to a hospital with gunshot wounds, and a third person admitted to a local hospital, also with gunshot wounds. Police are now trying to piece together exactly what happened. Putnam County Sheriff's Office announcing the arrest of a man who had worked at Mustard Seed Ranch. That's a home for abused and neglected children. 65-year-old Dale Burbank was arrested on Friday.
He's charged with statutory rape by an authority figure. His bond set at $70,000, and his court date is set for March 31st.
That's Lydia Fielder from Channel 4. The Putnam County Sheriff is asking anybody with additional information to contact them. The FDA issuing an urgent recall of some frozen supplemental milkshakes that are distributed to nursing homes. Those shakes have been linked to 38 cases of listeria illness. 11 people have died. The shakes are manufactured by Prairie Farms Dairy make that. And we have an update here on Pope Francis's condition.
As of Sunday, he remained in critical condition, but the Vatican said he was no longer in an acute crisis, a respiratory crisis. He is having problems with his kidneys. He remains on oxygen support. So, this is kind of an evolving situation, and it really is day by day.
That's ABC's Sunny Salzman reporting. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. The weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. You can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one of these installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation and 24-hour monitoring. They're not going to leave you in the dark. Financing, of course, is also available. Check them out today. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis showed you to reach out and get that Generac generator. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. One more time, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Well, it's a crash this morning on Murfreesboro Pike at Mount View Road. Also a crash on Bell Road at Zelita Avenue in Rural Hill. Lebanon, it's 40 westbound heading inbound just before Lebanon Watertown exit 239. An accident there as well. Things are slowing down this morning on 24, the westbound lanes. Not really sure if there's an accident involved in that, but it starts in the Laverne area and works its way up this morning to around the Bell Road area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, 635, Nashville's Morning News. Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. Now, with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell. You can receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and with Mark Spain Real Estate and their guaranteed offer, there's no stress. Now, as the most experienced real estate team in the industry, you can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed cash offer would be with Mark Spain Real Estate. There is no obligation. Call him, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online, markspain.com, to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. .637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on in to your Monday, February 24th, along with Joan Jones, Mason Fleming producing today. Hope you are doing well. Watch us and like us if you would on YouTube. That's where you can watch the radio show. Take the Daily Dan poll as well. Was Elon Musk right to send a mass email to federal employees demanding to know what they accomplished last week? And if they didn't, then it would be considered their resignation, i.e. they would be terminated. And so right now, Mason, what do the numbers look like?
We're sitting at 76% for that, definitely.
All right, so how many? 76%?
76%.
76% saying that they do agree that Elon Musk should have sent that email.
That's wild, yeah.
All right, very good. Thank you very much, Mason. It is 6:38.
I read a story last night. The police commissioner of Boston. You said you doubled down on not helping the law enforcement officers of ICE. I'm coming to Boston. I'm bringing hell with me.
Oh, yeah, that is Tom Holman at CPAC. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Jonathan, of course, a former acting director of ICE. I mean, you must have heard that. And, you know, if you're a border security loving, low illegal immigration kind of conservative, you want these guys gone. You want sanctuary cities to be, you know, what's the right way to say this? You want the bad guys to be shown the door. What did you think when you saw Tom Holman say that on over the weekend at CPAC?
I think it's great for a couple of reasons. One, which this administration is doing such a good job on the messaging and sort of the public facing on this. It is such a strong deterrent for people that are thinking of coming here illegally. And we've seen, you know, you report on the numbers at the border, they're so low now. So that part of it's very effective. Also, it's a message not only to Boston, but all of these sanctuary cities that if you're going to continue this game you're playing, and it is in fact a game to keep criminals in the country solely despite Donald Trump, it's a pretty remarkable thing. But I think it puts not only Boston on notice, but all the other ones on notice too. And I think a lot of them are going to be starting to fold without any fanfare. They'll just start cooperating. But what a lot of these sanctuary cities are doing, you know, they have really been engaged in harboring illegal aliens, which is a federal felony, which if you're doing anything to basically encourage them to reside in the country or to make it, you know, to shield them from deportation, harbor them, I forgot what the other word was, but basically trying to prevent them from being deported and encouraging them to stay when you know they're here illegally, that's a federal felony, and they've been getting away with it for a long time. And so once they start opening up criminal investigations into some of these cities to determine exactly what they were doing and what the extent of what they're doing, it's not going to be worth it for them to maintain it. So, yeah, the short answer, after the long answer is it's fantastic, and the messaging's awesome on it.
I don't know if I've ever seen an administration that has been so good at messaging. I mean, I've been watching politics for a long time. You used to work in the Trump administration and in the first Trump administration. And it is really clear that they learned a lot in the 4 years that we had Joe Biden. I mean, the Trump administration, the people that are working currently in the Trump administration, they watched the train wreckery of the Biden administration. And let's face it, Kayleigh McEnany was outstanding at the end of the first Trump administration. And so I think we see this administration being able to defend themselves by going on offense.
I think that's exactly right. Yeah, they're effectively aggressively going after these issues. And it's really interesting because it's almost like they have the energy of a first term, but the wisdom of the second term because, they had that 4 years in between. And it's been so effective. And you really compare that to the whatever you want to call the Biden presidency or whoever's presidency that was. But it really was just a dormant stage of just nothing going on. And you just see this not only action, but effective messaging. And, a lot of people, they take shots at Donald Trump from picking people that were on Fox News and stuff like that. But the point is quite good. It's like messaging is important and transparency is important. We didn't have either one from the last administration. We had no transparency. And like it or not, and no matter how they want to criticize Donald Trump or, if they get something wrong here or there, but it's like they're out there every day messaging and taking questions so that the American public is far better informed of not only what they're doing, but also what they're trying to do.
So one of the big news stories out there today, of course, I'm sure that is this email from Elon Musk. It was sent to a bunch of, it sounds like all federal employees. And you heard me set it up, basically saying, give us, 5 bullet points as to what you accomplished last week. And if you don't, well, then we'll consider that your resignation. And big controversy, you've got all of these folks within the Trump administration telling their employees not to answer the email. And even Kash Patel said, you're going to put a pause on this. And so you have a situation now where you've got Elon Musk fully supported by Donald Trump, and you have all of these agency heads also. Donald Trump fully supports them. And it seems like this is going to turn into, I don't know if you call it a crisis within the administration, but clearly there's a disconnect between what Elon is doing and what the agency heads like Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth and others are telling their employees not to answer this email. How big of a deal is this, do you think?
I think the media is making more of a big deal out of this, but I do think it makes sense. There is probably natural tension, right? And with this administration, you do have strong personalities and stuff like that. So the tension between agencies and between people isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it leads to better decisions and better policies. But I do think, though, the good thing about doing it is, hey, people should be conscientious about what you're accomplishing on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. However, there are lines of sort of, communication and authority and things like that. So if you're working with, if you're hypothetically somebody in the Defense Department, you might be working on one thing that week. And, for one person that relates to something very, specific at a very micro level, it doesn't mean you did nothing that week. It doesn't mean you didn't do the other 4 things. So I do think there's tension. I do like the idea of consistently sort of being on top as an employee and as somebody that's in management to be able to say, hey, what am I doing? To be thinking every single day, what am I doing? What am I accomplishing? Setting goals, achieving goals. All of those things are good, but there is tension. The media is going to blow it out of proportion. But Donald Trump, I think, has he's appointed people in charge of these agencies that are in fact in charge of the agencies. So I think the line of communication will go from the agencies to Donald Trump with strong input from Elon Musk. But I don't think it's as big a deal. But they're going to, as they're going to try to anything they're going to try to blow out of proportion, and the media tries to create drama where maybe none exist or maybe it's only minimal.
Well, I don't. So here's my take on this is that, number one, I've obviously worked in the private sector for my entire career. And at almost every job, and Jonathan, you're in the private sector as well, I don't know if you have to justify your existence by, telling your bosses what you accomplished this week, but at every single job that I've ever, believe it or not, ever had, I have had to fill out reports as to, now as a middle manager, what did you do this week? How did you make the radio station better and so forth? I don't think there's anything wrong with give some specifications as to what you're doing to make the country better. Justify your existence. Tell us what you're doing. It's all about accountability and expectations, which really was a big part of what got Donald Trump elected, number one. And number two, that is what Doge is all about.
Yeah, I think that part of it is spot on. You should always be working to, justify not just your existence, but to also show value or to create value in the private sector for your clients, for your customers, for your boss. And Elon Musk, whatever they want to say about him, there's nobody that's been more successful in business just based on the numbers. He's the richest person, I believe, ever, even when you factor in, cost of the dollar and everything like that. But it's like, it totally makes sense. And you're right, in the private sector, you don't get away with just doing nothing for very long without somebody saying, hey, what's up here? So I think there is, it makes sense to be thinking that way. It's just really the sort of the lines of authority and things like that. It's going to be interpreted as, the people in those agencies as being undermined by somebody from the outside. And how does that affect the agency, the morale and things like that within it? Those are things that also have to get factored in. But the idea is a very good one.
Let me ask you this. There's all of this current state of lawfare against Donald Trump, right? So everything... How are you able to keep track of all of the different lawsuits that are being hurled at Donald Trump every single day? Are you able to keep track of all of these, or do you just wait until it goes to the Supreme Court and then at some point we'll have a ruling?
I think it's hard to keep track, and sometimes you almost forget about them. People talk about them. I was like, oh, that was the New York Civil one or something. But you're right. There's been so many, and that's what makes this so bad and so hard to defend on the Democrat side. When there's so many of them, they really lose the plot when they try to suggest it's not political. It's like all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he's hit from different states on different theories that have never been tried before, all over the place. It's so transparently, was political. So yeah, it is hard to keep track of. I really, a few of them are sort of going through the appeals process. Who knows what's going on in Georgia? But it is really just a shameful period, I think, of our justice system that hopefully we're moving forward and getting out of it, because it was just so destructive on multiple levels. And one of the most notable ones is all the attention that was not focused on things that mean things to the American people, their own safety, their own, things, their own quality of life was totally put aside for these political agendas.
All right. So big news. Apparently, the Epstein list is on Pam Bondi's desk, and it possibly could be released today. Maybe it could be released this week. This is something that is a very big deal to a lot of people. Can I just tell you what my concern is? Because I don't know what's on the list, and nobody really knows what this list is, except it's names of people that were possibly clients of Epstein. I want to know who's on that list if they did something wrong. Is there a possibility that there's people on that list whose names could be exposed that actually did not do anything wrong? They just, maybe they inquired, they got on the list somehow, but they never actually went to Epstein Island or flew on the Lolita Express. Is there a concern that innocent people could actually be wrapped up in all of this?
Yeah, I think that's probably the thing she's going to be grappling with. If there's somebody on there and there's no reason to think they did anything wrong, is it fair to put their name out with the implication that they did something wrong, and not just something like that's kind of bad? It's something that's really bad. So I do think that that's a real concern. And when I was at the Department of Justice, one thing that we were very careful about is if somebody wasn't charged, you mean informally charged, we didn't put their names in documents. So if it was like two people were in a conspiracy or a few people are in a conspiracy, you would refer to the other person as, co-conspirator one or something, even though they might in fact have been guilty of something. But if there's not enough to charge them, you didn't put it out there. And that was sort of, viewed as a fair way to treat people. And believe me, I knew of a lot of people that did a lot of bad things that didn't get publicly out there because you view it, hey, if you don't have enough to charge them or enough to convict them, that's the system. So I think that is really the tension there. Believe me, I'm very curious who's on it because the behavior seems so grotesque, and it seemed almost like public within a certain circle that this was going on, which is also, grotesque as well. But there is that fear that it's like, hey, if your name is released and it's on there and you didn't do anything wrong, you're still irreparably harmed reputationally, and I don't know how you ever recover from that. So I think that's probably what she's sitting there discussing, I assume, before things get put out there, because you have to be mindful of your responsibility as a prosecutor that has this information, when you put it out there, what the effects of not just the person directly out there, but their family, their coworkers, their community, all of these people are affected by it.
I will say, though, that I believe that there's anybody who can do this responsibly, because I believe that the public does have a right to know if there was sex trafficking involved in all of that, and clearly there was. I believe that Pam Bondi can do this responsibly and still satisfy the government's, or I should say the America's, right to know what's going on. I believe that she can do it. I believe that she can do it responsibly.
Yeah, I think she will. And she has, with all of these nominations, people always, the left just takes hits at them. But you look at her career, she's been a prosecutor at the state level, at the lowest levels to the highest levels. So she knows how to handle that responsibility and management. And I think my suspicion is she will come out with a judicious way of doing this that protects all of the interests. It won't be perfect, and people will complain either way, but I think she will do it as responsibly as it can be done.
All right. Jonathan Fahey, how can people follow you on Twitter?
John for Fairfax, JON for FOR Fairfax.
All right, very good. Very funny story. Very briefly, I was on Friday night. I kid you not, Jonathan Fahey. I'm in the utility room in my house. Big exciting night in the Mandis house on Friday. My wife
doing laundry.
My wife laundry, and my wife is watching Laura Ingraham.
Okay.
And so she's got the TV up loud, and whose voice do I hear but Jonathan Fahey?
Jonathan Fahey.
And I went running into the bedroom to make sure that it was, there was Jonathan Fahey on with Laura Ingraham. So I know that she's a slightly bigger name than me, Jonathan, but I do appreciate you joining us here in Nashville on Nashville's Morning News.
Well, thanks for having me. Have a great day.
All right, we'll see you later. See, I made him feel uncomfortable.
Cool.
Did you notice that?
I did.
He did. He felt totally uncomfortable.
It's because you mentioned your laundry. He doesn't want to think about it.
Listen, when I ran into the bedroom, I had the clean stuff on me, not the dirty stuff.
Okay, that's good.
Moving right along. 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Stoltz Co. Now, they are the premier pole barn builders in the state of Tennessee. They're putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You can just live in it. The thing is, pole barns from Stoltz Co., they are flexible and they're built really well. So you can also plan ahead and build your retirement home. These are the people to call if you have a piece of land that you don't know what to do with. Think about a pole barn from Stoltz Co. The phone number is 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992 for Stoltz Co. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook as well. Their socials are really good. You can find incredible examples of their work. Their pole barns, again, they're really flexible, built to stand the test of time. Find them online, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. 6:54, and Joan Jones is coming up with the news. Joan.
A hit and run in Nashville, and now police think that the vehicle involved may be spotted pretty easily. We'll tell you why. And the big announcement from Apple that sent stock futures higher this morning. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
.658, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones.
Yes.
So did you hear that there's a new Republican petition to deport Ilhan Omar?
Oh, is there?
There sure is.
Yeah. Who's the signers here? Who posted this?
We'll get into that. But first, the reason why.
Okay.
I mean, besides the fact that she's clearly an idiot, and among many other things, anti-American, anti-Israel. But this is what she said about Donald Trump supporters.
These people are just idiots. I really, I'm at the point where it's become really hard to have an intellectual debate with any of these people because the level of stupidity that they are displaying every single day is frankly embarrassing, not just in Congress, but as Americans. And the fact that these people are allowed to say just the most ridiculous things tells you that the dumbing of the United States has arrived, because how else do we get a Trump presidency again?
I'm sorry, but the dumbing of the United States started happening the second she came into our country.
And there's this thing called First Amendment
There
rights.
is that yeah, when she said that people are allowed to say these things. Good Lord. Anyway, so we'll talk more about the possible deportation. It ain't going to happen. Of Ilhan Omar coming up next, along with a lot more straight ahead. Very busy news day here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's 27 now, but we'll go up to 60 degrees later on. You may be shedding layers later on. Stick around for the full forecast still ahead. There are questions about those emails from Elon Musk that went out to federal workers telling them to list their accomplishments last week. And if they don't respond, it would be considered their resignation.
After those emails went out, you have many agency heads, including Trump-appointed ones, essentially defying Elon Musk's order and telling workers to hit pause on responding and to wait.
That's ABC's Selena Wang. Just this morning, Elon Musk wrote on X, quote, "Those who do not take this email seriously will soon be furthering their career elsewhere." We'll keep you posted. As Ukraine prepares to mark 3 years since Russia's invasion today, the Trump administration is pushing its president for an agreement over the country's minerals.
President Trump is demanding Ukrainian President Zelensky sign a deal to pay the U.S. $500 billion, which would include the U.S. taking the rights to a vast portion of Ukraine's natural resources. Zelensky pushing back, saying Ukraine received only $100 billion in American aid, not $500 billion, and arguing the money was given by Congress as a grant, not a loan.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Locally, Metro Nashville police are looking for a Jeep they think will be fairly recognizable. It was involved in a hit-and-run death at 8th Avenue South across from a restaurant.
A man parked his truck across the street and was likely crossing the road to go to that restaurant, police say. Now, this was not on a crosswalk. Police say the Jeep heading north hit that man, then kept driving. A second car was involved here but stayed on the scene.
That's Channel 4's Lydia Fielder. Now, police say 40-year-old Josh Taylor was killed. The Jeep involved is red with a black door and damage to the front driver's side. Police are asking you to call police if you have any knowledge of that Jeep. The death toll now stands at 21 in Kentucky, where flooding 2 weeks ago continues to take a toll. Some died in the flooding, but some of the victims, including adults who died from hypothermia in the freezing cold after those floods. Well, now a declaration that blood donations have hit critical lows.
We have estimated that we've lost approximately 1,400 donations over the last month, which has a big impact on our blood supply and our ability to provide life-saving blood products to our local hospitals.
That's Eric Lindsay from the Kentucky Blood Center speaking to News 2. Now, in response, Kentucky's governor and the First Lady are holding a blood drive in the state capitol rotunda today. Experts say one donation can help up to 3 lives. Well, stock futures are driving higher this morning after Apple's CEO announced a $500 billion investment into manufacturing in Houston. The factory there will produce AI servers and employ around 20,000 people from across the U.S. So Dow futures right now are up 295 points, NASDAQ futures gaining 64, and S&P futures are up 26. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So the I-40 eastbound lanes at Bellevue, exit 196, it's stop-and-go traffic from the Cheatham-Davidson County line up to that spot this morning. A crash there, and it's just attracting a lot of attention. Antioch at Murfreesboro Pike and Mount View Road, a crash involving injuries. Nolensville Pike is slowed down this morning north of Thompson Lane. That's a crash in that area, too. Bradford Hills, Barnes Road at Cedarmont Drive, also the scene of a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan.
Yes.
Stephen King has deleted his social media attacks on Dan Bongino.
I love this story because Dan Bongino and him they were in a dust-up for the longest time. Nasty words to one another. And apparently Stephen King is now eating those words.
Oh, yeah. It's like an oh crap moment because he doesn't want Bongino to come after him. Here's the deal. Bongino, as new, what is his official title? Deputy
FBI Director.
Deputy FBI Director. And I just have the utmost respect. I kissed enough Bongino butt in the last hour. I have a lot of respect for Dan Bongino. And so I don't believe that he would go after Stephen King just because.
No, he would not.
He wouldn't.
No.
Listen, Bongino's got bigger fish to fry.
Oh, yes, he
really does. But I just love how Stephen King's oh crap moment. I better delete all this. That is really funny.
Stephen King has been his comments about Dan Bongino and conservatives in general have been just vile.
Oh, yeah.
Vile. So, it feels like sweet revenge.
It is sweet revenge. And we'll continue to monitor Stephen King's social media. He is the epitome of Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah.
And for Stephen King, for some of these other folks in Hollywood, they can't understand that there's people that just simply feel the opposite that they feel. They don't understand it. It's fine. I don't care. I think it's kind of funny that, some people on the left are up in arms over Joy Reid. And Joy Reid's dismissal, which we talked about earlier. Joy Reid is no longer on MSNBC. She got crap canned from there because her ratings literally tanked. I mean, it was like her audience was cut in half. And so I think that's part of what these folks in Hollywood are now beginning to realize that, you know what? You're no longer relevant, and your opinion is no longer relevant. We'll talk to Joy Reid. I cannot wait. You know what I can't wait for, Joan?
What's that?
I can't wait for Chris Hand and what his take is on Joy Reid.
Oh, yeah.
And all right, so let's talk about, thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Yale study that rocked America. Now, I don't know if you folks, we talked about this last week, but Yale comes out with this study, and this is going to hit home for a lot of you folks. This is about COVID and the vaccines, and about how a new Yale study tells us what a lot of us already knew, that they are now reporting, Yale is now reporting, a rare syndrome linked to the COVID vaccines. Now, that is just part of the story. They're telling us now that there's going to be a lot more coming out. But it's known as the post-vaccination syndrome, or PVS, the condition, and this is from the Daily Mail. The condition discovered by Yale University immunologists causes symptoms such as fatigue, exercise intolerance, brain fog, tinnitus, and dizziness, according to studies. They also talk about how the vaccines may have caused distinct biological changes. In a statement to the Daily Mail, researchers promised that more research is on the way. Now, the thing is, when I saw this, I was like, well, we've known. And I guess I just take it for granted that, and I shouldn't, but I guess I just take it for granted that the rest of America knows what talk radio has known for a long time, that these vaccines that were mandated by Joe Biden, and please don't forget the difference. Joe Biden mandated the vaccines. Joe Biden drummed a whole bunch of folks out of the military if they were unvaccinated. Corporations, of course, forced people to get vaccinations as well, or they would be fired. Donald Trump is the one that was the president when they were manufactured. But Joe Biden is the one that forced it. And now researchers are saying that not only is this a very big deal, there are conditions that have been reported by people that got the vaccine. One of the things that they're saying is that if you got the vaccine, but you never actually got COVID, you actually still have symptoms of long COVID because of the vaccine. This is Yale University. And this is on the tail of the New York Times. The New York Times came up with a story a while ago, basically talking about the same thing. And I hate to, say it, but talk radio has been all about this for a long time. We've been talking about this. And yes, we were called conspiracy theorists. So here we are, yet again, vindicated. And I'm not happy to be vindicated. But we've all been talking about how folks who got the vaccine, some of them ended up with negative impacts. They say the full results of the small study have not yet been published and has not gone through peer review as of yet. The Yale experts emphasize the results are still a work in progress. Yet the findings from a well-respected institution suggest more research on post-vaccination syndrome is needed, according to independent experts. The next phase of the research will be to ascertain how widespread the condition is and who is most at risk. Thousands of people have said the COVID vaccines injured them since the shots were rolled out in 2021. I'm going to be honest with you. I am not trying to make myself part of this story. I did get the vaccine, and I do have tinnitus. I've got this constant ringing in my ear, and I've never talked about it before.
Really?
Yeah. Amy knows all about this. It drives me nuts.
Did you get tinnitus following the vaccine, or did you get it?
No, that's the thing that I don't know. Is it started, I think, probably about 1.5 years ago.
Interesting.
And I said to Amy, it's like, do you hear that? And she's like, no. And I'm just like, this constant ringing in my ear. And I had no idea. I didn't know. I don't make a big deal about things. Oftentimes, I'm either talking or listening to something. And so it's drowned out by me constantly blabbing. But the point is,
do you see dead people too?
I don't see dead people.
Okay, just checking.
I do, and that's the resort of my
I do see Joy Reid's career, which is dead. Like that?
Yeah. I was just chiming in because I've had tinnitus since about 5 years old, so I was curious.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seriously.
Well, we'll compare our tinnitus notes.
See if we have the same pitch.
See if we have the same pitch. That's exactly right.
Whoa.
Mine's
that's
like
crazy.
1 kilohertz kind of a thing. Anyway, so, and I don't know if it was from the vaccines or not. I have no idea. But the bottom line is that conservatives and people, generally speaking, have been talking about this for a long time. And again, not to belabor the point, we were called conspiracy theorists. We were said that we were trying to kill people by talking about the possible ramifications or side effects or side impacts of vaccines.
Have you heard the story about the basketball player who now, and I have to look up his name, but he has a blood clot in his shoulder, and that's ending either his career or just the season.
No, I didn't know that.
So there's a lot of that's going on too, and a lot of people. There's a basketball player who just this morning I read died at the age of 37.
Yeah.
There's too many people dying at very young ages.
Well,
and we're not talking about the connection between the potential connection between this vaccine, and I use air quotes when saying that because it didn't stop anybody from transmitting or getting the virus.
Right. You're absolutely right. And you're right. There was a whole thing online about died suddenly or suddenly died. Remember that whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
Where it was like, you'd read these people and they just perfectly healthy individuals and they just dropped dead, died suddenly. Such and such, 23 years old, perfect health, died suddenly. What? How do you just die suddenly at 23? And you saw that over and over and over again. So as this Yale study, as this research continues, you had I got to take a check for traffic. Stay tuned. I've got something else to say about this regarding the New York Times and some other studies as well. 7:16, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather today, you're going to have a high of 59 degrees right now, 30 at Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So they're talking to experts regarding COVID and so forth. They say it is clear that some individuals are experiencing significant challenges after vaccination. They say that our responsibility as scientists and clinicians is to listen to their experiences, rigorously investigate the underlying causes, and seek ways to help, says Harlan Krumholz, the Harold H. Hines Jr. Professor of Medicine at, I guess it's Yale, and co-senior authority of the study, adds. He says, we're only just starting to make headway in understanding this condition. They say every medical intervention carries some risk, and it is important to acknowledge that adverse events can occur with vaccines. He says our focus must remain on understanding what these people are experiencing through rigorous science and addressing the needs of those affected and impacted with compassion and an open mind. So I remember New York Times had a big story on people that were impacted negatively. They said that they were negatively impacted by the vaccines. And so you had Chris Cuomo on a while ago, and he was talking to one of these guys by the name of Sean Barkovich, and he was a nurse practitioner, and he was forced to get the vaccine, and immediately he started feeling really weird.
15, 20 minutes of my first dose, I had numbness tingling up and down my injected arm that over days spread to my face and my eyes. I went to see a neurologist. He ran some tests. He's like, well, this is all new. We don't know much about it, but the hospital is going to mandate it. You should get a second dose. Oh. And everything in my medical mind and in my bones was telling me, no, if you have a reaction after something, don't do it again. But the pressure was immense. And then 3 weeks rolled around, I got a second dose. And after that, everything blew up. I went from being a healthy, 100% healthy, fully functioning nurse to in a complete downward spiral of health.
Yeah. Back in May of 2024, the New York Times had a story that reported that millions were reporting negative vaccine side effects, but nobody listened. Nobody listened. And worse than that, not only did nobody listen, but if you talked about it, then you were ostracized. And again, not to belabor the point, but you were accused of wanting to kill people.
Yep.
And this guy, Sean Barkovich, I mean, he was acquiescing to the demands of the hospital. And he now obviously has regrets.
As a research nurse practitioner and somebody who worked on vaccine research, I thought after I was injured, there would be people to help me. I'm like, I'm in New York City. I will have there will be medical people ready to help me. There must be interest to find out what happened or what went wrong with me. I reached out to my political representatives. I reached out to the NIH, the CDC, the FDA. I got no answers. No one wanted to touch it. I got token responses back or no response. And so I went on a mission to research myself and help others.
Yeah, and that's what he's trying to do now. You know, the guy couldn't get help from anywhere. So he actually, you know what he had to do? He had to send his blood, literally, he had to send his blood off to Germany so that they could look at his blood.
So some of my autoantibodies look similar to people with long COVID, and I never had COVID. And that was proven through immunological studies of my blood. They could not find any viral antibodies.
Nope. And so basically he's got the symptoms of long COVID, and he's never even had COVID. And he says it is because of, and Yale is now saying that it's because of the vaccine.
So the San Antonio Spurs player that I was talking about, his name is Victor Wembanyama.
Okay.
Has a blood clot in his shoulder, and now he's out. He was Rookie of the Year. And now he's got this deep vein thrombosis. And the other person I was telling you about, former Cincinnati center Steve Toiloy, dead at 37.
Wow. Died suddenly.
37. Yeah, just died suddenly, like no explanation. And that's what bothers me about these stories is that we're learning that people die suddenly, but there's no end to the story for anybody.
Right. It's just this dangling 23, 24, 37-year-old died suddenly, and nobody says, I wonder if we should look at that. Yeah. Like, what happened?
Keeps happening. Happening.
One more piece of audio from this nurse practitioner and Sean Barkovich, and he's talking about how nobody really wants to admit that there's a problem now that Yale has come out with their study, and there's going to be a lot more on this. He says, finally, hopefully, we're going to see some light on the topic.
They're afraid that by showing my face, I'll drive vaccine hesitancy. But what they don't realize, and what I have come to realize, is that the censorship and the hiding of it is actually fueling vaccine hesitancy. If the government had just said, hey, these are novel vaccines, we don't, there will be reactions. Let's just have a program in place to deal with them, set up a fund, obligate the manufacturers to provide help or research. I think the citizens would have appreciated that. But instead, what happened is they just suppressed me. And that also shocked me. When I tried to reach out online, Facebook, Instagram, they would tag my messages as if I'm misinformation.
Yep. I mean, he's absolutely right. And I mean, let's be honest, we could do like an hour on this topic, but we can't. Bottom line is, I've just presented you with the information. And according to Yale, there is a lot more to come. 7:23, Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7:30. Joan, what you got?
Rutherford County Police searching for a man who they say is armed and dangerous. Also, a baby was born over the weekend on the side of a local highway. Yeah, those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Appreciate it. 7:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to bring on Tony from Cabinet Solutions. Now, I've been out to Cabinet Solutions. This is an amazing place. And Tony's on the line with us. And Tony, I love what you folks do.
Hey, thanks. Dan, how you doing this morning?
Doing all right. Just covering the news. What's going on with you?
Well, listen, I am getting ready for an open house this coming Saturday from 9 to 4 in Hendersonville. We're opening up our showroom to the public for the first time. We've been in business for a while now, installing some beautiful cabinetry for the whole home, inside and out. Everywhere inside the home, the garage, outdoor cabinets, you name it. We've got it.
You've got it. I mean, I was there a couple of weeks ago. You've got just a ton of brands. And so if somebody's looking for something fancy, you've got that. And if people are looking for something a little more casual, you've got that as well.
That's exactly right. There's not many cabinet companies that do what we do. Like you said, 15 brands. We've got a price point for everybody. They can find a color or door up here for anything that they want to do at any price point.
All right, so talk about real quick what's going to happen at the open house. It's this Saturday from 9 to 4, correct?
That is correct, and it's at 90 Volunteer Drive, Suite 490. They can go to our website and fill out a contact form, and we'll get the information to them. And we're going to be giving 15% off for anybody that fills out not an application, but
a form,
if they want to make an appointment, they can get 15% off in March. And we've never done that before.
And that website is mycabinetsolutions.com. That's mycabinetsolutions.com. Thanks, Tony. We'll talk to you next time. 728 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Listen, guys, if you're feeling tired, motivation just isn't there, maybe some weight gain and muscle loss. Now, these could all be signs of low testosterone, and it is time that you found out for sure with my friends at Low T Center. Now, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It is just a simple test, and with their on-site lab, you're going to get your results back immediately. Now, this isn't your typical doctor's office. They specialize in treating low T with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, for each individual patient. Now, they've been helping patients for over a decade, and their treatment plans are optimized for each individual patient, personalized just for you. There's nothing standard about Low T Center. Everything is customized just for you. And at Low T Center, you can also get your health evaluated for treatment with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications. So get back to your best. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
Good morning, 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for traffic and weather right after the news. Rutherford County Police searching for the 19-year-old man who shot and injured a 4-year-old just before 4 o'clock on Saturday morning. This happened on Tessa Grace Way in Murfreesboro, where neighbors like Chip Caston say they're shocked.
It's been really nice here. We've been here 5 years. We look after each other.
He was speaking to Channel 4 there. 19-year-old Talik Galashaw King, the alleged shooter, is considered armed and dangerous. At the time of the shooting, deputies say King was out on bond for an attempted murder charge out of Smyrna. The Trump administration coming under fire from thousands of federal workers after a weekend email sparked concerns on the status of their jobs heading into the week.
The email comes after President Trump praised Musk and suggested he be more aggressive with spending cuts. But now several agencies are telling workers to hold off on hitting reply. FBI Director Kash Patel ordering his workforce to pause any responses to the email. And leaders at the State Department and elsewhere saying no employee is obligated to report their activities outside of their department chain of command.
Now, the national president of the American Federation of Government Employees, Everett Kelly, released a statement Saturday saying that Musk and the Trump administration were showing what he called the utter disdain for federal employees. A Nashville baby just couldn't wait to come into the world. Early on Sunday morning, a woman gave birth right on the side of I-65. It happened at exit 117. Channel 4's Lydia Fielder picks it up from there.
A 911 dispatcher actually guided the mother through the birth shortly before Robertson County EMS could get to her. That baby was born just after 1 a.m. Smoky Bar News says the mother and baby are both doing well and were taken to a local hospital for further care.
Wow, they'll have quite a story to tell. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Jones, 732, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. By the way, big news on Ukraine. That is coming up next. You know, for me, my backyard is my oasis. And I bet a lot of you folks feel the same way, which is why I am so glad Save a Tree came into my life. Save a Tree, they can help your trees, your bushes, your plants, and your shrubs look amazing. So if they're sick, Save a Tree can help nurse them back to health. If they don't look right, Save a Tree can make them look amazing and incredible with proper pruning and TLC. Now, they came over to my house, and I told them my suggestions and my issues with my plants and my shrubs, and they gave me some great advice on how to fix my crepe myrtles and my shrubs. Now, these folks, they are actual arborists at Save a Tree. They can do wonders for your back or your front yard. They can make your lawn look amazing as well and weed-free. They can also treat yellow leaves and diseased shrubs. They can do it all at Save a Tree. They can help you bring those trees back to life. Now, see how beautiful your yard can be? Set up your own evaluation at saveatree.com. Now, spelling is important. SAVA SaveATree.com, SaveATree, SaveAtree.com, or simply dial pound 250 on your smart device and say the keyword Save a Tree. That's pound 250, keyword Save a Tree, SaveAtree.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Well, looks like there is a huge delay this morning on 24, the westbound lanes from Laverne all the way up to the area of, let's see, that looks like it is Harding Place. Not really sure what's causing that delay this morning. Just know that you're going to be stuck in it for a while. Bellevue, 40 eastbound before Bellevue Avenue, exit 196. A crash that blocks off the right shoulder. Another crash in Woodbine on Nolensville Pike north of Thompson Lane. And then in Antioch this morning, Old Hickory Boulevard near Logistics Way. That's the site of a crash as well. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, are you there? Calling Joan Jones.
Yes, sir.
You said there's an accident on 24.
Well, I don't know what it is on 24.
Well, is it going
Does
to
the super
cause
texter have
Chris Hand to be late? That's what I need to know.
Yeah, that could cause some delays.
I got plans today, man.
Dan and Mason till noon today? Whoa.
No, I don't think it's going to be that bad.
The hot tub's just going to have to wait for you.
I have other plans besides just my hot tub, Joan, but thank you.
Oh, really?
You know what they wanted me to do?
What?
So we all did these videos for the big event on March 4th.
Yeah.
And by the way, please come. Please show up for us. That'd be really cool. The Nashville Palace. We love hanging out with you folks.
It's going to be huge.
99.7 WTN.com.
I'm jealous I'm not going to be there.
They keep wanting to. Oh, come on, Mason. You got to show up.
I'm here running the board, baby.
Joan's going to be there.
I'm going to be there.
So they keep wanting. I don't know. There might be something weird going on, like in corporate or something. They keep wanting me to do these videos from my hot tub.
Oh, I think that would be so cool.
I said, I'm not going to do a video for my hot tub. They said, just do the promotional video in the hot tub. It'll go viral. It's like, for the wrong reasons. There's
the
going
video got
viral
saw.
for the good reasons. And then there's my going viral, which you know it's going to be bad.
You know what would be cool is if all of you guys were in the hot tub together.
You weren't here, Joan.
You did that?
But no, I once had the audacity. Longtime listeners will remember when Brian was hosting the morning show, and I was part of the Gang of Four way back when. And I actually mentioned that maybe the Gang of Four, me, it was Chris Webber, Ken Weaver, and Brian. And, you got all these hot tubs that are driving around Nashville. And I said, maybe we all just need to, take a Gang of Four field trip in a hot tub. Brian could not stop talking about how he was not going to do that. And it was like, Brian, I was really just kidding. But I mean, it was like, oh my Lord, I'm not doing that. You know how Brian is, right? And I love Brian. Yeah. I'm not throwing stones at Brian, nor am I splashing water on Brian. I'm just saying it was very funny.
You said hot tubs riding around Nashville. And I was like, are you guys going to put a hot tub on the back of a truck bed and just kind of see what happens?
Excellent idea, Mason.
At one time, I think they used to have there was a conversation. I don't know what it was, but there was a discussion about having, the woo girls and all that nonsense.
Yeah.
There was a discussion about having hot tubs driving around Nashville, which I think would actually be pretty darn cool. But I won't be doing it with Brian.
I just think it'd be
neener, whatever.
It'd be a huge liability.
Oh yeah, the cleanliness of that situation.
Oh, can you?
That,
oh my gosh, yeah.
Especially mixed with alcohol in there.
That would be.
That
bad.
water's not staying clear for long.
The hot tub falling off the back of the truck.
Yeah.
See, that would be me going viral. Right. I would be in the hot tub and it would fall, and me in all my glory in a bathing suit falling onto the streets of Nashville. In a hot tub.
All right, so we just learned something very important about you.
What's that?
You wear your bathing suit in the hot tub. It's good to hear.
Yes, I do that, actually.
Made you say do. All right, I'm over.
Pranks,
you know what?
gotcha.
I was gonna.
So childish. I know. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Moving right along. By the way, Ukraine. Are you watching the news, Joan,
right now,
regarding
of course.
Ukraine?
Yeah.
Has Vladimir Zelensky signed that big deal yet?
I don't think he has.
So it looks like Ukraine is about ready to sign that massive mineral deal that I talked about last week, right? So what Trump wants to do is he's trying to take over a good portion of Ukraine's economy. Now, here's the deal. It is a staggering amount of money because Ukraine, they've got all the minerals, they've got ports, they've got access to, stuff that we could use that would essentially allow us as Americans to be paid back. And so yesterday we kept you up to date on all of the back and forth that was going on with Trump and Trump's administration and Vladimir Zelensky. He was angry because Trump's folks were going to speak to Vladimir Putin and Zelensky didn't have a seat at the table. You remember all of that. And so Trump said, you know what, if you really want to work with us, take a look at this proposal. And Zelensky and Zelensky's team, they were horrified because basically to hear them say it, we were economically taking over Ukraine. And so now apparently Zelensky did a video Friday that teams of American and Ukrainian negotiators, they're working now on a draft agreement signaling an imminent deal. He said, this is an agreement that can strengthen our relations, and the key is to work out the details to ensure its effectiveness. He said, I will look forward to the outcome. Now, the Daily Mail describes this, and it's true. It is a staggering surrender by Zelensky, who just days earlier angrily lashed out at Donald Trump saying, I can't sell our country. Now, the exact terms of the deal are not yet clear, but remember, Trump has been pushing this $500 billion worth of minerals in exchange for continued military support. Now, Trump has been saying this has got to get done. Here's part of what he had to say. I need some audio. Mason, if I could.
I think that President Putin and President Zelensky are going to have to get together because you know what? We want to stop killing millions of people. You have young soldiers being killed. If you saw the pictures that I saw of the battlefield from satellite, you've never seen any pictures like that. Soldiers are being killed by the thousands a week, thousands of soldiers a week. As we speak, they're being killed. That's why I want to see a ceasefire and I want to get the deal done. I think we have a chance to get the deal done. I had to make sure that Russia wanted to do it.
Right. I mean, here's the deal. And I said this ad nauseum last week when all of this was going on. Zelensky had 3 years. Europe had 3 years to try to do something. Biden had 3 years to try to do something, really 4, to do something to end this war. And none of them did anything. And so now I love that you've got the Democrats and the leftist media, and they're like, oh, my, their hair is literally on fire because Donald Trump has the audacity to want to end the war in Ukraine. Isn't it just crazy? Reuters also reporting that American negotiators said they may cut Kyiv's access to Elon Musk's Starlink, which has been heavily relied on for military and civilian use if Ukraine did not agree to the mineral rights deal. And so now you got some people that are out there, oh, Donald Trump is acting so heavy-handed. Really? Because Vladimir Zelensky, for the last 3 years, waltzing his, his sorry behind into Washington, D.C., no thank you, just hand out demanding more money. And it was like never ending. And so Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, he was on with Maria Bartiromo over the weekend, and he exposed a lot about those conversations with Vladimir Zelensky. Details straight ahead. There's 2 good points to this story. Number one is that hopefully this war is going to end. The gravy train for Zelensky and Ukraine is about to end. And so is the war. And that is clearly a good thing. And the American people are going to get paid back. 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN.
Bellevue, 40 eastbound before the lake. Pike, we've got an accident north of Thompson Lane and Antioch. Old Hickory Boulevard, watch for a crash near Logistics Way. I'm Christy O'Brien.
746, Nashville's Morning News. Sunny today and a high of 59. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, was talking about the whole Ukraine situation with Maria Bartiromo. And he says, listen, we went to go speak to Zelensky personally.
This deal is part of President Trump's long arc negotiating strategy for peace between Ukraine and Russia, and to let the Ukrainians get back to a peaceful existence.
I mean, that's the crazy thing, is that for people on the left, I love this. CNN's on in the studio. Squirrel moment. 73% of Democrats say the party is not doing enough to stop Donald Trump. Stop Donald Trump from doing what? I mean, I understand that people don't like the way that Elon Musk is rampaging through the federal government, but you know what? Here's the thing. He's trying to end wars. He's trying to stop crime. He's trying to be more fiscally responsible after years on both sides, Republicans and Democrats, of being fiscally irresponsible. And part of that is Ukraine. The people of Ukraine, they clearly want to have an opportunity to have a country that is not always at war. But apparently for, people on the left and the media and Vladimir Zelensky, they just want this war to keep going on forever. But Scott Bessent, again, Treasury Secretary, he says this is a very big deal. It does involve ports. It does involve minerals. And number one is it gives us the ability to be paid back. Number two, it's another step towards ending the war. And number three, if we're going to be responsible for helping to defend Ukraine with money and munitions and all that other kind of stuff, well, then we do need to be paid back.
The first part of this is a partnership between Ukraine and the U.S. that involves strategic minerals, energy, and state-owned enterprises where we set up a partnership and we are only looking forward. It is a win-win. President Trump, they created this idea himself. It is a win-win. We make money if the Ukrainian people make money, and I believe that with the United States of America, our know-how, our businesses willing to come in and provide capital, that we can accelerate the Ukrainian growth trajectory and take in substantial monies for the U.S. taxpayers and get the Ukrainian economy on a great growth trajectory.
Yep. Listen, it's a win-win for everybody. And so Donald Trump, the great deal maker, that is what he's trying to do. Now, coming up, a couple of things. I'm going to run to a break, but I've got a couple of things coming up right before the news. Number one is, I don't know if you heard this, but, CPAC was going on over the weekend. And you had Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary. Caroline Leavitt had one of the best smackdowns I have heard in a long time. I cannot wait to play that for you. And also, we do have our Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe, and take the Daily Dan poll. And the Daily Dan poll is, and I'm going to go through the latest on this coming up, but was Elon Musk right to send a mass email to federal employees demanding to know what they accomplished last week, or it would be considered their resignation or termination? That is a very big story that we've been covering off and on today. And so watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe. Take the poll. Right now, the results are what? Elon. I called you Elon for whatever reason.
Don't you dare get out of here.
You don't want his name, but you'd like his paycheck.
Oh, absolutely.
Go ahead.
We're at 70. Oh, just changed to 77% here. For yes.
So
yes,
77% say that Elon was correct in doing that, Mason. And
I think you're swaying votes on that PD overlook over there when you were talking about it earlier.
All right, very good. 751 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Appreciate you listening. My entire life, I've gone through the hassles of glasses and contacts. And as I've gotten older, my eyesight has been getting worse and worse. Issues driving at night, reading small fonts, you've got halos around lights. It's been really frustrating over the years as my eyesight continued to get worse and worse. And I did make the decision that I couldn't keep living like this. And so that's why I'm so thankful that I found Dr. Horn and the team at Vision for Life. Now, they've helped thousands take control of their vision. I'm excited now to be one of them. This is a great group of people, great professionals, and they have helped me. I am now, because my eyesight was a train wreck. It really was. And they fixed it. I'm now 20/20 in both eyes. And after discussing lens replacement with Dr. Horn, how the procedure can correct both near and far vision while eliminating cataracts for good, I knew that I had to take the leap, and I did. And I've never been happier with my eyesight. And I got to tell you, I'm so happy to be a client of Dr. Horn and Vision for Life. Every day, I have somebody dropping into my DMs and asking me about my eyes and how are they doing and would you recommend Dr. Horn? Friends, I recommend Dr. Horn big time because he is an expert in fixing your vision, whether it's cataracts, you name the issue, he can fix it. Call them today at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. You can find them online. It is visionforlife.com. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. Joan Jones has the news at 8 o'clock. Joan, what's coming up?
Dan, we've got more this morning on a shooting and crash on Nolensville Pike that happened early this morning. Also, Starbucks has just announced some massive layoffs. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So Zelensky is actually saying that he would step down if it meant a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia, which is so weird because he won't even sit down with Vladimir Putin. You know what I mean? We've gone 3 years and these two have never sat down.
Didn't you find it really odd that he just came out with that, hey, I'll quit if I'm required to.
I think maybe he's going to get a buyout, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He'll probably end up going to some resort place outside of Ukraine, and he'll be guaranteed immunity for any crimes that he may have committed. They'll set him up in a nice chateau somewhere, and that's what is going to happen.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there's an island, Epstein.
Oh, stop it. Good Lord, man.
Nice.
Anyway, so, there is that. And they also say Donald Trump sparks meltdown in Europe as he slaps down Ukraine and pushes another bold peace plan. But again, I've covered that incessantly. Hey, have you heard of the massive slap that Caroline Levitt hit on Jim Acosta?
Oh, tell me.
Jim Acosta, of course, has been blasting Caroline Levitt at every turn. During an interview with left-leaning podcast Midas Touch, we talked about them on Friday, the former CNN anchor torched the newest press secretary. You know what he said? She might just get on Trump's all-star team of liars, Acosta said. She might be on the bench right now, but if she keeps working hard, she does her homework, she just might make it onto the team. He says it's sort of like when your kid is telling you a tall tale and you're just looking at them like, okay, Johnny, sure, yeah, I believe you, he continued, and you just walk away saying, what the hell? That kid's not telling the truth. So incredibly patronizing, and I don't know if you'd call it sexist or not, but, for Jim Acosta, who sat there for the entire 3.5, 4 years telling people on CNN that Joe Biden was just fine, he has the audacity to say that. So Caroline Levitt was asked about this during an interview at CPAC.
Since you brought up Jim Acosta, he's been saying some not so nice things about me online, and I've resisted responding, but since you brought him up, I'd like to say,
let's go.
Jim, at least I have a job, Jim, okay? Just saying.
I mean, absolutely brought the house down.
Wow.
And that's what I love about Caroline Levitt. Super Text line is open, very active today. Thank you very much. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Got a lot more straight ahead.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Looks like 24 westbound is a mess this morning with some big delays from, looks like from Smyrna all the way up to the I-40 joinder there. Not really sure if there's accidents involved in that, but there's a big delay, so you'll need that extra time heading in this morning. Metro Nashville police are on the scene of a shooting and car crash in South Nashville this morning. Police say it appears there was a shooting at an event center on Woodbine Street. And then a car drove away from the scene and crashed into a vape shop at Nolensville Pike. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac picks it up from there.
That car crashed into the vape shop, and we're told that there were two people inside of that car. There was one passenger who was taken to the hospital to be treated for that gunshot wound, and then also there was the driver of that car who has died.
And a third person who was in the hospital, taken to the hospital, a different hospital in the same area this morning, and police put it together that person was involved in this as well. Now, there is heavy police presence in the area. Officers focusing their attention on an alley across from where that car crashed. A one-car crash on Franklin Road, that's State Highway 96 early this morning, and 22-year-old Diego Estrada died when his car drove off the left side of the road and hit a utility pole. The car overturned several times. Police say Estrada was not wearing a seatbelt at the time of the crash. Some federal workers are stuck in the middle of orders from DOJ and their bosses. Those workers have been given a midnight deadline to respond to an email which comes from the Office of Personnel Management, and it directs them to list 5 things they did last week.
The email has sparked widespread confusion and angst across the federal government, with several agency heads contradicting Elon Musk, telling workers not to comply with the directive. Musk on his X account says those who don't take the email seriously will, quote, soon be furthering their career elsewhere.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Radio host Dan Bongino won't be hosting anymore. He's been tapped by President Trump to serve as the deputy director of the FBI. CNN says Bongino's assignment is a threat to those within the FBI who refused to hand over the names of FBI agents involved in the January 6th riots. Bongino had served in the Secret Service for years, protecting at one time President Barack Obama. Spring break travel is about to kick off, and experts warn you could be paying more for your flights this year.
Airline Trade Group predicts a 4% increase in travelers between March 1st and April 30th. Airfares will be up by about 4% as well. Experts recommend avoiding travel around Easter and Passover to save some money. Orlando and Las Vegas are some of the top destinations.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Starbucks is laying off 1,100 corporate employees amid declining sales. The new chief executive there is saying the company will also leave several hundred open positions unfilled. Starbucks said customers have been seeking cheaper coffee as inflation continues to hit Americans in the wallet. Dow futures right now plus 246, NASDAQ futures up 105, and the S&P futures gaining 31. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Really slow this morning on 24, the westbound lanes. In a couple of spots, it looks severely slow. Now, not really sure if there's an accident involved in that, but seriously slow this morning as you're traveling in on 24. You'll need some extra time for sure. 65 in the southbound side at Trinity Lane, exit 87. There's a crash blocking the shoulder there on the right side. Also, 840 westbound just before I-65, exit 31. There's a crash, and the left lane is blocked off on that one. And in Antioch, Old Hickory Boulevard near Logistics Way. Watch for a crash there, too. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Monday, February 24th. Hope you are doing well. Man, so much to talk about. I want to welcome on in to the program. Y'all know Cameron Smith, my buddy, your buddy as well. When he's not guest hosting on WTN, he is a proud member of the Tennessean editorial board. Cameron, always great to have you on. I am shocked, Cameron, that we have to have this conversation, because I remember talking about the state of our foster system years ago. And you've come out with yet another article that talks about how our state is still not compliant when it comes to our foster system via federal standards. And I'm going to let you fill in the blanks here. But the headline, Cameron, is that we still have hundreds of foster kids still sleeping in state offices. Talk about what's going on.
Yeah, Dan, I hate that I'm having to have this conversation again with folks in Tennessee. We actually saw a news article over at the Tennessean about, once again, foster kids sleeping in state office buildings. And this is an issue near and dear to my heart because one of my sons was one of those kids in one of those state office buildings. And for the volunteer state, if you are pro-life and limited government, the worst thing that could happen is for the state to parent kids. And so this to me is an issue for the whole volunteer state to say, hey, we've got to step up and say, hey, we're pro-life. We want these kids to have a chance because most of them are in the system through no fault of their own. And we're going to do the hard thing, bring them into our homes, care for them so we can raise them up and teach them and help them be contributing members to Tennessee's culture and community, as opposed to being on a path for things like prison or, maybe not even making it in some cases. And we got to sound the alarm again.
Cameron, so I was reading your piece in the Tennessean, and part of what you're doing is, and you just did it in the last 30 seconds, you're imploring conservatives as the pro-family party to live up to that standard, to live up to that moniker and take some of these kids in. Talk a little bit about who these kids are. And you've walked the walk. I mean, how many kids have you fostered now? It's a lot, if I'm not mistaken.
We've had 3 long-term placements. We've done a lot of respite care. We have 2 in our house right now. And I'll tell anybody considering this, what we do is called therapeutic foster care through youth villages. And these are kids with a lot of trauma, a lot of things that have not gone their way. And it is really a challenge to parent them sometimes. However, there's a lot of different kinds of fostering that need to be done. Some with babies, some with kids that it's traumatic anytime you're separated from your parents, but some cases are a little better, if you can say that, than others. And so the goal for the state is reunification. If there's possibly a way to bring families back together, the state wants to do that, but we need people that are willing to facilitate that, shoulder the work. And it is truly a righteous cause, something that I think we should take on. And we've just hoped it would get better. And while Commissioner Quinn and DCS have done some things to move the ball, the truth is they don't have too many lobbyists for detached kids in Tennessee. It's not a cause that makes a lot of money. In fact, if anything, it's an expenditure for the state that's significant. And so, again, conservatives need to look at this and say, how can we possibly help families shoulder this load? The church around these families needs to say, how can we support these families so it's not the state having to do everything? Because honestly, the state government, whether it's in a red state or a blue state, is not meant to be anybody's parent.
I got to ask, Cameron, and message received, that if folks can help, if you've got an extra bedroom, if you are able to shoulder some of this, then please do so. But I guess part of my question is, so we are a state with a surplus, and we are a state with, I would think, and people are going to scoff at my next statement, I may live to regret it, but by and large, I mean, we are basically speaking a pretty good government, pretty good state government.
Sure.
What is happening? Like, I don't, when I got your text over the weekend, I was so frustrated because, again, not to belabor the point, but we've been covering this for years. Where is the state falling down on this?
A couple things. One, it's not able to get the right people into the pipeline because these are tough jobs. Being a caseworker for DCS, one of my sons has had 7 different caseworkers in the course of 1 year. So you want to talk about instability, that's part of it, because these jobs, truthfully, do not pay what the work demands, because you are dealing with the darkness, you're dealing with kids who are traumatized, and it takes a toll. So we need to really look at, hey, are we paying people well to do the job that we need them to do? The second thing is we haven't even really asked. The DCS has failed so miserably to have a advertising campaign to say, hey, look, we got these kids, we need your help. When's the last time you saw a DCS ad out there asking you or anybody else to open their doors and be a part? And if they can't do that, to support foster families. It just doesn't happen. It hasn't happened. And that's a major, major failure. And finally, you need people who have been foster parents, who are adoptive parents, who have been and encountered the system to run the system. Right now, we don't have that. We do not. We have bureaucrats and we have some really nice people, but not people who have experienced this straight up. The governor needs to change that, because until we have people that know what's wrong with the system because they've experienced it, we're not going to get the results we need, because the sense of urgency will never be there.
Have you, you're an esteemed member of the Tennessean editorial board. I'm not being snarky on that. I mean, people know who you are. Have you tried to get some FaceTime with the governor and Cameron Sexton, Jack Johnson? Have you tried to move the football down the field?
Yes, and that's something that I've engaged. I actually sent the same article that I wrote to the governor's chief of staff, and he's a good friend of mine, and said, hey, we got to do something here. Here's the problem. I don't want the government to solve the problem. The government is the problem. That should be a mantra for conservatives. We need the private sector. We need businesses. You want to talk about logistics? That's a huge problem plaguing the thousands of kids in this system. You know what? We've got some pretty good logistics out of Memphis in a company called FedEx. I wonder if they could spare somebody to help us figure out, hey, how do we make sure we don't lose track of any of these kids? There's a lot of ways that we can come together and solve this. I don't know that the government needs to be the principal driver here. We need, frankly, the church. I'll give a shout out to Church of the City. They're building a whole facility called The Village to support foster families. That's the kind of solution we need here. And as conservatives, we need to back that with everything we've got, because asking the government to help or to be better parents for kids that don't have that's just principally not what we need to do, even if we improve in that arena.
8:15, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Okay, Cameron, coming up, I'm going to ask you about your experiences, and I'm going to ask you to give sort of like the elevator pitch for why people should take in some of these kids, because I think that when people hear this, they maybe have these thoughts or this impression. You are talking about kids that have had some traumatic things that have happened. And so I kind of want to get into your mindset a little bit about how you're able to help these kids and what's in it for the people who you're asking to shoulder some of this. So we're going to talk about that quick coming up next. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. And as far as your weather goes today, you're going to have a high of 59, sunny skies right now, 36 at WTN. Cameron Smith is joining us. So, Cameron, a couple of things is that, because I want you to be able to convince folks that they need to help these foster kids. If I'm listening to this, which I am, obviously, tell me the satisfaction you get from helping these kids.
Yeah, and the first thing I'll say, Dan, is I actually had this conversation posed to me by a group of bankers I was talking with. And they said, well, we would just be real worried about the safety of our children, with these kids with trauma and that sort of thing. How can you ensure that your home is safe? And I said, well, we do the best we can. Anytime a new son comes into our house, we say, you keep this place safe, we keep you safe. That's how our pact works. But I said, safety is not my highest order virtue. The highest order virtue is for the young men in my care to be resilient individuals who can be leaders in their communities, leaders in their families, and leaders in the institutions that are failing us right now. And In order to do that, you got to be resilient. You got to do hard things. Taking in some of these kids with some of this trauma is a real hard thing. But if you want to set a real example for your children to change the world, to matter to someone, and not just, hovel in their own certainty, then fostering is for you, because they will learn. My sons understand what it means to be loved and supported by parents, because they've seen sons come into our care who haven't had that. And man, they can tell you the difference real quick right now. And they're all bought in. Anytime we bring somebody new into our home, our whole family sits down and we vote. And if the vote's not unanimous, we don't do it. And I can tell you that my sons have grown exponentially because they've seen what empathy looks like. It's not saying, man, I wish you well, I hope it goes great for you. It's getting down in the dirt and the dust with folks who have had a rough run and saying, I'm here with you. And man, I wouldn't trade that for anything.
Cameron, I'm hearing you speak, and I know that there is, and I don't want to sound insensitive, there are more commercials for people to go rent dogs than there are to try to help kids.
Yeah. And if you need an emotional support animal, then you really should consider fostering, because you're not as resilient as you need to be. And our culture, one of the problems with our culture is we don't do the right thing in real life, but man, we are virtue signaling warriors on social media. And I would encourage everybody who wants to be a serious human that if you say you care about life, if you say you want to limit the reach of government, then why don't you show a kid what it's like to take care of them, to help them order their emotions, sort it out, and grow. Because I can promise you that it'll be tough, it'll be hard, but that's a real reward. It's not like a like on Facebook. It's way better.
Yeah. You know what, Cameron, I love what you're saying. How can people, if somebody's listening to you right now and they're interested in trying to not adopt a pet, but try to help foster a child, and just so people know, and I know I said rent a dog, and I apologize. How does one get started in this process? And just so folks know, fostering is different than adopting, right? Fostering is you are temporarily watching or caring for and housing a child until they either, the details and the issues are worked out at their home, or they can find someone to permanently take a child, correct?
Yeah, there's fostering, foster to adopt. There's straight up adoption. What I tell everybody is go do the training. You can go to the article I wrote, Cameron Smith, Tennessean. You can find it. The information's at the bottom. Do the training. There's no obligation to foster to do the training. I promise you the training will make you a better parent. You'll understand the science behind trauma. You'll understand how to cool things off before having discussions. Do that with youth villages. Do it with DCS. And then as a family, make a decision and see what you want to do. All my contact information's out there. If you're not sure about it, reach out to me and I will absolutely let you know kind of what it's like, talk to you, because it's not just a thing I'm writing about and talking about. This is the way we live our lives.
Cameron, great conversation, and give your email address, and is there like a website that folks can get more information with all this?
Yeah, the websites for DCS and youth villages are at the bottom of that column at D as in David. Cameron Smith on X is the best way to get a hold of me, and I'll make sure you have all the resources you need.
All right, Cameron, thank you very much, and I loved your article. So we'll continue to monitor the progress, and I hope that we do see some progress. 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now listen, they're keeping you warm this winter with some great deals for listeners to Nashville's Morning News. You can get a free air duct cleaning when you buy a new, complete whole home AC. What about a free air duct cleaning package upgrade? You buy the middle package, you are automatically upgraded to the deluxe or a free furnace checkup with any heating repair service. Now, this is my company, my HVAC company. I've been a customer with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling for years. They've got so many different ways to save you money. They're always busy trying to save you money. I have been a Beehive member for, I think, over 10 years now. A great company with their more than satisfied promise. If you're not happy with your current HVAC company, or you don't even have one, call my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to get started. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
$826. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan.
Yes.
I think it's been a pretty good show so far, don't you?
It's been terrific.
Even though I talked about renting dogs.
Yeah, well, I think everyone understood. I think.
I've had a really good show. I shake one thing and I got like 15 people saying, rent dogs, Dan, rent dogs.
People are listening very intently.
Listen.
Like, that's pretty good if you get that much response.
It happens.
Yeah.
You know, I shank some things sometimes, often.
Really?
It happens.
That's what you're going with?
That's all I got, man. Anyway.
It's Monday. We'll give you a pass. It's Monday.
You know, I haven't had a good Dan shank, though, in a while. So I think if that's the level of my shankdom, I think I'm actually doing pretty good.
Is it shankdom or shankism?
Either one works.
Okay.
Because neither one is actually a thing. So we can kind of make it a thing if you would like to.
Okay.
All right. So what do you think Chris Hand is going to say about Joy Reid getting fired?
Oh, I think there's going to be plenty to say.
And by the way, there is no truth to the rumor that Joy Reid we'll be filling Dan Bongino's shoes here at Cumulus.
I think that's pretty understood. Yeah.
Is that pretty understood?
Yeah.
You know what, though? That would be a great like April Fool's joke.
Oh.
Is if they're filling Bongino shoes. I don't know what they're going to do. By the way, if you're just joining us, I did cover this earlier. It's been a very busy show, but Dan Bongino is now the new deputy director of the FBI. And so I'm assuming that he's got to leave. I don't know about his podcast, but he does have to leave the radio show. And so I don't know who's going to fill in, do the show, whatever. I don't know how that.
I would hope he's way too busy doing FBI stuff to be able to do anything other than FBI stuff.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be doing a lot of podcasts, or not a lot of interviews. He'll be interviewed on podcasts.
Yes.
And but I don't think he'll be able to. I don't even know if he's allowed to do that. I have no idea.
I doubt it.
But it's a great. I believe it's a great hire.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that in order to sometimes to fix something, you do have to be someone who is sort of an outsider, but you've seen the things that have happened.
Yeah.
And you have an opinion on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what happens when you bring in outside consultants. And so, this is just a taste of what Bongino has said about the FBI.
How many freaking times are we going to let the FBI interfere in an election? Like, this is supposed to be a representative democracy. I'm done with the rank and file stuff, too. I'm done with it. If you took part in this, anyone who took part in this, anyone, I don't care who you are, an analyst or an upper-level manager, the next president who comes in office, they should schedule as many people as they can in the federal government and fire every single person involved in this. Everyone. The receptionist in the FBI office who took a call on this should be fired.
So I'm dying to know, I mentioned this earlier, if people at the FBI are just, sending these little audio bites around of this is the new guy.
Cutesy time is over.
I love what Bongino is doing. I love that he is, because he's going to take a pay cut. I'm just going to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
And he is following his heart. He's doing what he's doing, not for himself, but for America and for MAGA and for Donald Trump as he wants to clean up the FBI along with Kash Patel. I love it. 8:30 on WTN.
Good morning, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for your traffic and weather. Still to come here right after the news. Metro Nashville police are looking for a Jeep they think will be fairly recognizable. It was involved in a hit and run at 8th Avenue South, just across from a restaurant.
A man parked his truck across the street and was likely crossing the road to go to that restaurant, police say. Now, this was not on a crosswalk. Police say the Jeep heading north hit that man, then kept driving. A second car was involved here but stayed on the scene.
That's Channel 4's Lydia Fielder. Police say 40-year-old Josh Taylor is in critical condition this morning. The Jeep involved is red with a black door and damage to the front driver's side. Police are asking you call them if you have any knowledge about that Jeep. Putnam County Sheriff's Office announcing the arrest of a man who worked at Mustard Seed Ranch. That is a home for abused and neglected children. 65-year-old Dale Burbank was arrested on Friday.
He's charged with statutory rape by an authority figure. His bond set at $70,000, and his court date is set for March 31st.
That's Channel 4's Lydia Fielder. Once again, the Putnam County Sheriff is asking anybody with information to contact them. The FDA issuing an urgent recall of some frozen supplemental milkshakes that are distributed to nursing homes. Those shakes have been linked to 38 cases of listeria illness. 11 people have died. The shakes are manufactured by Prairie Farms Dairy. And an update here on Pope Francis's condition.
As of Sunday, he remained in critical condition, but the Vatican said he was no longer in an acute crisis, a respiratory crisis. He is having problems with his kidneys. He remains on oxygen support. So, this is kind of an evolving situation, and it really is day by day.
ABC's just Sony Salzman reporting there. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Okay, Joan, 8:32. Dan Mandis here. And listen, we're all getting older, and so many of us, we're simply not where we want to be. We can eat right, we can exercise, but the reality is that sometimes we need a little help. And my friends at Contours in Cool Springs, they are here to help both men and women lose body fat and so much more. Now, they're Ultra Slim Body Contouring guarantees that you're going to lose 2 inches or that first treatment is absolutely free. Now, it's non-invasive, doesn't hurt, and the results are instant. I've gone through the process. That is what I experienced. You know, they also, by the way, also do facials. They're revitalizing their red light therapy. It's going to tighten your skin and restore that natural glow. Now, remember, again, Contours is for both women and men, and you should check them out online at contoursllc.com. Let me spell it. Contours LLC, contoursllc.com. And by the way, guys and ladies, if you shanked Valentine's Day, you can make it up with a great session of red light therapy at Contours. Get a facial. 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Call them today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. ContoursLLC.com.
Finally getting some clarity on what's happening on 24 this morning, westbound past Joe B. Jackson Parkway, exit 84. Tennessee Highway Patrol is reporting that there are multiple accidents. Good place to avoid this morning if you can. Also on 840, make that westbound at exit 31, a crash that blocks off the right shoulder. Then in the Arts District, Union Street at 6th Avenue North, it's a crash involving injuries. And another crash involving injuries this morning on West Trinity Lane at Whites Creek Pike. Police say avoid that area if you can. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. earlier when I talked about renting a dog.
Renting a dog?
I did. I
missed
talked
the
about
renting a dog. I have two if you need one.
No, I've got one. I don't even want.
I'm happy. We can work out an agreement.
Jones here, Mason's here. So I'm talking to Cameron Smith and talking about.
Not during the foster chat.
Oh, yes.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I did. I said, here's what's sad. No. Just context is everything.
Okay. I didn't hear it with the proper context.
So what I said was, it's really sad is I see so many commercials about renting dogs, but you don't see anything about adopting kids. So I said, Jones said, Dan, people know with you. They just know. They understand.
My gosh, Dan.
It's a shankalicious show today.
Yeah.
I'll never be syndicated with this kind of performance. Anyway, moving right along. So, So anyway, so I know I shanked it. The whole renting a dog thing. I get it. Can you actually rent dogs?
Like I said, I'm happy to oblige.
You know what? Here's the deal. Like if I ever and I don't plan to be, but if I'm ever single again, I would like to rent dogs because
isn't there a thing where you could rent puppies for that purpose?
Yeah, you could take a dog to like a dog park and meet like hot women who have dogs.
Oh my gosh!
What?
You can rent goats. Goats can be your lawnmower and fertilize your lawn at the same time.
Did you know that you can actually ask friends to borrow their baby? Because that's also you take a little baby for a walk and
chick magnet.
It's like a chick. Thank you, Joan.
Yeah,
she knows it's like a chick magnet. Now I'm not.
Dan, I was gonna say I have a question. Why are you doing so much research into this?
Listen, I am.
And you're dressed so nicely today.
I am number one. I am my own chick magnet. That's number one. But I got the only chick I need with my wonderful, lovely Amy at home.
Nice recovery.
There you go.
Was that good? You like that? I thought that was pretty good, actually.
I'm glad you remembered her name. That's good.
Strangely smooth for the guy that talked about renting a dog just a few minutes ago. Anyway, I actually did. This is like, do you know what's going on these days?
I like the suit jacket.
I got, what do you call it? It's like a
blazer.
Like a sports coat.
It's like a blazer, but it's like athleisure. You guys know what athleisure
casual,
is?
Athleisure.
Yeah.
Athleisure.
Athleisure
is like when people, it's like they're wearing work-appropriate sweatpants to the office.
Classed up sweats.
Classed up sweats. And I asked Amy, I actually asked him, can I start wearing athleisure to work? And she said, I wouldn't recommend it. I said, why? I'm not a PD anymore.
Stop promoting YouTube and then you should be fine.
And nobody cares about me, so why can't I wear sweatpants to work?
I feel like this is a nicer outfit than a lot of your PD outfits.
Do you now?
I do.
Wow.
Okay, cool. Whatever.
Says the man who's wearing something upside down on his head.
Yeah.
You know what? Thank you, Joan. I was actually going to say that.
Style.
Yeah, but it's inappropriate now. It made sense when Joe Biden was in office.
Yep.
What are you saying now, Chris?
Hey, you know what?
I got something for you, too. We just wait, Joan.
Uh-oh.
So America is no longer upside down.
No, it's not. It's
Okay,
it's just high fashion.
That's really not.
It's high fashion.
It's okay. Good.
Because you say it is?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, is that what it is? Because you say
Right.
something is high
This
fashion?
is true.
All right, very
Confidence
good.
is key.
I'm taking away the nice thing I said about your sweatpant coat.
Tune in now on YouTube to see Dan wearing sweatpants on his shoulders.
All right, real quick, because a couple of things. Because I've got to get in my mandated number of mentions for the big party on the 4th.
Yes, sir.
March 4th. Joan's going to be there. Less importantly, I'm going to be there. Chris is going to be there. And Chad, of course, Matt, we're all going to be there.
Yep.
And it's March 4th at the Nashville Palace. And it all kind of sort of starts at 3. It's like a slow build.
Yep.
So I will walk in probably about 4:30 or so.
I'm with you.
I plan on being hammered by 6. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
It'll be much earlier than that.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I actually love these events. So we hope that people go.
And if there's a sellout, Murphy is going to shave his head.
Oh. Well, that's
he did say that.
Like,
He did. Matt Murphy, he sent a group text, and he said, if we sell out, which is 700 and something people.
Yeah.
then he's going to shave his head.
Like bald?
On stage, in front of everybody.
Like me. Bald.
Dr. Evil-esque.
Dr. Evil-esque.
Huh.
Yeah.
Does that make Dan his mini-me, or?
Sorry. Anyway, so actually, no, that would make Matt my mini-me because I'm the original bald guy on the station.
Oh, it's more, I thought it was a height thing. Never mind.
Mason.
Wow.
Don't you want me on this show forever, Dan?
You know what? He's laying it down, man. I love it.
Murphy's only got 4 inches, 5 inches on you.
No, Murphy's taller.
Yeah. How much taller is he than you, though?
I don't know. We haven't done the.
I think it's more than 4 or 5.
I mean, I think this event is
back-to-back
perfect.
thing.
Yeah.
He's texting us now. Do you see this, Murphy? If you say his name too many times,
He's like
gets a wild
Beetlejuice.
hair and runs to the radio.
Gets an alarm on his
Well,
phone.
you know what? At least he has a wild hair.
He said he'll get a buzz cut, not a head shave.
See, I didn't think he'd do the whole head shave
Oh, dude,
thing.
Matt, do it for the team.
Come on.
And by the way, a head shave is actually far hipper than a buzz cut. I mean, admit that's true, Joan. Admit that it's better to have a buzz cut than it is it's better to have a head shave than a buzz cut.
Look, if you're going to do something like this, go all the way. Don't
That's what I'm
weenie
saying.
out at a buzz cut.
This is why we brought it to Joan. Go all the way, Murphy. Don't weenie
all
out.
the way.
Wait, here, you know how you convince Murphy? Chicken. What a chicken? I love that he is going to, I think at the very least he's going to get a haircut.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? So he's going to get a haircut finally. And he's going to look all nice and clean shaven. Now, is he going to also trim the beard and
Oh.
Because
That's a good question.
Murphy, you going to do the beard too?
That was not laid down in any of the promises on
Well,
the air.
you know what? He's like a month away from ZZ Top.
So here's what
I thought it was a little closer than that.
So if we don't sell out, will he start putting his hair in a man bun?
Oh, it's already there.
I feel like we've seen the
Matt
hair,
just
hair
said,
in the man
tell
bun.
Joan to shut her filthy mouth.
He loves me.
Wow. We all love Joan. Anyway.
Wait, Joan, since you're going, maybe you can cut off the ponytail for him. So he doesn't have
Oh, my gosh. Joan, have you ever cut hair?
I haven't, which makes me a perfect candidate for doing it to Matt.
You've got to let Joan cut. And then here's what you do. You allow Joan to start, and then you bring in an actual stylist to finish.
Yep.
That's what you
Well,
do.
there won't be anything left after I'm done.
Well,
just one large streak up the
Shave
middle.
it off, right?
no, you take off a couple of inches there at the bottom or the top, whatever.
Oh, what's the point?
The
I
end
know,
of it, is that the
right?
bottom or the top?
That would be the bottom.
Is that the bottom? Okay, very good. Anyway, I think that's great of Matt. Actually, I think that's great. So if you want to see Murphy Show finally get his hair cut, and here's what I dream. I hope that while Murphy is throwing down the talk show thunder, you can hear the Clippers in the background.
See, I told him that he needs to start the haircut from the moment Trump starts walking into the room because you know how that takes forever.
Oh, yes.
So and
Yes.
we should set up the barber chair stage left a little bit so all the pictures have Trump walking in behind
Oh,
him.
yeah, that's good.
You like that?
That would be
Yeah.
awesome. I would love
visual.
That's what we need.
All right, very good. Joy Reid lost her gig.
Who do you think has a lumpier head after a buzz cut, Joy Reid or Murphy?
Well, all you have to do is lift up Joy Reid's wig because she's always wearing one.
Yeah, she usually has.
Is that a wig? She's got
It's usually a Trump wig that she wears.
A Trump wig?
Have you seen some of her Trump wigs?
No.
Yeah.
No. I didn't know
goes full blonde
is Joy
Trump
Reid
wig.
blonde or bald?
I think so. I don't know if
Really?
it's by choice.
Yeah.
Or it could just be very short cropped and then she puts a wig over it.
You know what? She's still dumb.
Yeah.
Either way, Joy Reid is dumb. Let's keep it on her intelligence and the fact that she is a sheer racist.
And unemployed.
And unemployed. You know, here's what's ironic. Need some audio. Here's what's ironic.
They really lost their confidence. I watched them. They're really screwed up. I watched this MSNBC, which is a threat to democracy, actually. They're stuttering. They're all screwed up. They're all mentally screwed up. They don't know what. Their ratings have gone down the tubes. But MSNBC was mean. Their ratings are absolutely down. This Rachel Maddow, what does she have? She's got nothing.
She's next. She makes a lot of money and she's not performing.
Talk about Trump. All different subjects. Trump this, Trump that. These people are really, they lie. They shouldn't be allowed to lie every night. They are really a vehicle of the Democrat Party.
There you go. And ironically, less than 24 hours later, we hear that Joy Reid is fired.
It's a good day. It's a good day to have a good day.
Have you ever gone back and, because I did grab a couple of obligatory Joy Reid is so dumb sound bites. Did you do that too?
I did too.
Okay,
yeah.
so
the best of, if you will.
Best of, worst of.
Yep.
So here's one of mine. This is Kamala Harris. This is Joy Reid talking about Kamala Harris.
I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone.
Whoa. She got the Queen Latifah endorsement. I can't believe that didn't work out.
A flawless $1.6 million campaign, and she still lost. And it was flawless. And she got Queen Latifah.
Yeah, well, you got Queen Latifah.
And
she came out and endorsed. She had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift. She had the Swifties. She had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true.
I mean, oh my Lord.
Raise over $2 billion, end up $20 million in debt in a 3-month period.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the other thing. And I've always said this about Joy Reid. She's not a great political analyst. No. And so for her to sit here and say, oh, my gosh, what a great campaign that she ran, it really wasn't.
No. I'm going to miss her. I'm not going to lie.
Well, she's going to be on The View, probably.
You think she'll be on The View? I feel like The View's the next to get canceled.
No, The View's not going anywhere.
You don't think so?
Mm-mm. No, ratings and revenue. They're doing well. The Joy Reid's problem is that she wasn't. I mean, have you seen the precipitous drop in her ratings? Like, have you actually seen it? It's like her ratings were cut in half.
Do you think that was part of a strategy for Rachel Maddow when she went to One Day a Week? Like, the ratings fell off because I wasn't there.
Probably. Probably.
But she took a huge paycheck to get off the air. Like, that was a crazy deal.
It was a nutty deal.
They gave her so much more money if she would just back off.
And she's not, none of these people are very good.
No.
March 2021, Reid claimed conservatives would trade tax cuts for the ability to openly say the N-word.
Oh, jeez.
Claiming that conservatives felt oppressed because they couldn't be openly racist. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
It is so dumb. Anyway, but here's the deal. I'm sure that she's been smart with her money. How much, Mason, how much did you say Joy Reid made?
How sure of that are you?
I don't know.
Let me pull it back up again just to make sure.
Like $3 to $4 million is what Joy Reid makes.
Yeah.
For that.
It's insane.
That's the crazy thing.
But she doesn't write her own stuff. She gets in and she reads the prompter.
You think somebody else is writing that? There's no way.
I'm sure somebody else is writing
You're telling me that 2 people came up with that? Joy Reid and somebody else?
I'm sure. I bet you they have a team of writers. And I bet you anybody that they get in that slot is going to be just as crazy as Joy Reid was.
Oh, have they announced a replacement? I don't even know.
They actually announced a panel of people. One of them is Simone Sanders, who is a former Kamala staffer.
Yeah.
The other person is Alicia Menendez and Michael Steele.
Okay, Michael Steele.
Michael Steele.
Michael Steele.
Well, I don't know what else to say about it other than I sure as heck won't be watching.
We weren't
MSNBC.
watching before. We were waiting for the clips like everybody else.
That's exactly right. Didn't you say that you had something for Joan?
I did. So Joan,
Philly Joan,
you still riding high on that Eagles Super Bowl victory?
Oh no! What?
I mean, they knelt in protest. They turned their back on the nation when the anthem would come on, and now apparently the Eagles are sneering at the honor of a White House visit.
Are you kidding me?
I knew you'd be upset. This is why I brought it here.
Joan, I think let's be honest. You got to choose one. You got to choose Trump or the Eagles.
Or the Eagles.
Which one is it going to be? Now, if you're a good, Joan, are you a rhino? Because
we're about to find out.
Yeah, wow. If you're Team Eagles on this, you're a rhino. And by the way, for people to ask, why do you say that in a Southern accent? Is because the guy that called me rhino way back when, it was a Southern accent. It's like seared into my brain. Mandis, you're a rhino.
It's more fun that way.
I know. Anyway, but I'm not making fun of Southern people.
This can't be true. It can't be true.
Joan.
It's true. It's being widely reported. The Eagles are not going to go to the White House.
So who do you stand with, Joan? Do you stand for Donald Trump and MAGA and conservatism, or the Eagles?
Hmm.
It's tough, isn't it? You know what?
Do you hear baseball's coming up? And I really love the Phillies.
Jones' silence tells you everything.
Wow. I'm just shocked.
I think the Eagles need to send in an email to Elon Musk and list 5 things they've done that's important.
Yeah. Whoa.
Have you been hearing from federal employees? I have. I've been hearing from a ton of federal employees.
I got a couple messages, and I don't feel bad. I don't.
Well, nobody's been fired.
Well, but everything I keep hearing, feels like complaining.
In the 5 o'clock hour, I talked about how every job that I've been in, because I've been a manager for a long time, and corporate asked me 5 bullet points. How did you improve the radio station today? And it's something that is always, when you're in the private sector, there is accountability. So there's some people, and by the way, these are people, here's my conundrum. These are people that I like and respect, who I have been, conversing with. And they're Trump supporters, but they feel like this whole thing is getting a little heavy-handed. And I'm sure there's a lot more, but we're good to go. So what's coming up next?
All right, well, we will talk about the emails that were sent out by Elon Musk. We'll also talk about Dan Bongino and his new gig. I love the way the FBI is shaping up. Plus, we'll talk about Trump versus Maine. It is out of hand.
All right. Dan Mandis here, 8:53. It is February. Nothing says love like gunpowder and lead, like what you are going to find at the Glock store. Now, listen, it is the month of Valentine's Day, and over at the Glock store, you and your significant other can go get a couples training session in their Shoot 270 indoor shooting rooms. Now, you book a couples shooting session at shoot270.com, and when you show up, you mention my name, Dan Mandis, and you both get trained for the price of one. Now, remember, this is a private shooting room with a personal instructor, a professional that is going to tailor the session to your current level of shooting expertise. And whatever level you're at, they are going to up your game. Now, remember, to book your 2-for-1 Valentine's date at the Glock store, shoot270.com. Mention my name, Dan Mandis. You do get that 2-for-1 Valentine's date. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I got a lot of texts today. I got a lot of super texts today. Why don't we talk about some of the nicer ones?
Well, I got a message here about the Elglases.
The what?
The Elglases. The Philadelphia Elglases.
Oh, yes, okay.
They would have went to the White House, but could not find the directions when they searched the White House. WITEHUOSE.
Okay. Joan, have you decided who you stand with? Because, Joan,
we
in
gave
talk
you some
radio,
time. We gave her some time.
In talk radio, it's all about taking a stand.
Yeah.
It's the battle between right and wrong, Joan.
Go Phillies. There, I'm done.
What a waffler.
Yeah.
What a waffler Joan is. Joan is choosing the Elglases?
The Elglases.
The Elglases over Donald J. Trump.
We better not see you in an Elglases championship hat around here.
And you call yourself a conservative.
You ate my cheesesteaks, didn't you?
They were good.
Yeah.
They felt like rhino cheesesteaks to me. I'm just going to be honest. All right, we got to go. Chris Hand is up next on WTN.